This was one of the longest packets in recorded history.
Hey, okay, good. Well, welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting for Thursday, November 20th, 2014. We'll ask our town administrator to read through the agenda. We've got a very long agenda this evening. We're going to try to keep things moving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we'll vote to approve or amend the agenda and add topics not reasonably anticipated by the chair 48 hours in advance. And as far as I know, there are none of those items. Then we'll have a public comment period. And then for routine business, an appointment for Brian McSweeney from CM&D as the tree warden for a 3-year term. And then we'll receive an update from Roger Demler from the Water Options Committee. And then we'll hear from the Wildlife Committee. And then review of the draft cable TV license with Bill Solomon and Doug Ambos. At 7:10, we'll have a public hearing on a new Verizon pole. And then we will have a Board of Selectmen workshop with Leland Farms Next Steps and Group Insurance Commission with Town Council and Community Center and Town Buildings Policies. And then we'll go back to routine business with budget development updates, town administrator report, monthly financial update, and then selectmen reports. And there are no warrants and no minutes to approve this evening.
Okay. Do we have town council showing up for some of these things?
Town council will be here for Leland Farms and the Group Insurance Commission under the workshops.
Good. Okay, any amendments to that agenda or motion to approve?
Motion to approve. I have no amendments.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, the agenda is approved, and we're off to the races. Mr. Taylor has assumed his position at the public comment microphone, so the floor is yours, Mr.
I'm on.
Taylor. Thank you, yes.
Okay. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago on the 2-minute rule for speaking at town meeting and other meetings, which is absolutely ridiculous. 2 minutes is not long enough to present your proposals. And I was wondering, just what do we have to do to get a vote on this? Will this go through town meeting, or just what? And if it needs to have a town meeting agenda, I was wondering if the selectmen could put it on the agenda so that I wouldn't have to go out and get signatures and things. You've got the rule books that you're sitting on all day long, and you'd know the proper terminology and just how to go about this. You could do it in 15 minutes. It would take me forever to start from scratch, and I would appreciate it if we could do something to put this 2 minutes at least up to 5 minutes, because I think it's an absolute outrage to limit someone to 2 minutes when they want to speak on a subject. So, thank you.
Thank you for that input. And now we're on to tree warden appointment. David, I know Brian showed up last week. He's not here tonight, right?
He's not here tonight.
Okay, that's fine.
This is for the appointment of the tree warden. Our last tree warden retired at the end of January last year, and in the interim time period, the CM&D director has been serving as the tree warden. This is Brian McSweeney, appointing him to a 3-year term to end June 15th, 2017.
And maybe you could just tell people what the tree warden does.
The tree warden, you'll notice right now, he has a number of trees marked for removal, approximately 100 or 110 trees marked for removal, and then he goes to the, I think it's planning board hearing, on the removal of those trees, which is sometime in the next week. I don't know which night it is. Was it last night? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So the tree warden is also the town's expert at dealing with trees and can be called by residents or the town to handle tree issues.
So these are trees within the public way or interfering with the public way?
Right. But the tree warden can also answer some other questions if a general property owner has something.
Okay, great. Good. Any further discussion, comments, questions?
No, I've just noticed those things around, a lot more trees than I'm used to seeing, so he's been busy, which is probably a good thing, because most of those trees look pretty dead, and they've served their purpose, shall we say.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve Mr. McSweeney as tree warden?
I move that Brian McSweeney be appointed tree warden for a term of 3 years, expiring June 15th, 2017.
Second.
Okay, further discussion, all in favor? Aye, okay. Brian McSweeney is appointed to tree warden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Roger Demler on the Water Options Committee to give us an interim report of that committee. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Roger.
While I get settled, I'll just give some background.
Sure.
The Board of Selectmen voted in early 2014 to establish a Town Center Water Options Committee to look at the possibility of town water in a water district focused on the town center. The person leading that has been Water Commissioner Roger Demler, and he's here tonight to update us on the actions of the committee.
Right, thank you. Talk a little bit about updating as an interim report that we owe you this month. We're also here to get your help and opinions on what happens in the future. And I'd like to point out that this is an options committee. It's not up to this committee to decide what to do. It's up to Board of Selectmen, Planning Board, Conservation, people like, and the public, of course, on what they want to do with these possibilities. So I guess the headline for now is that although there is still a persistent risk in the town center because of the high-density population of businesses and residences, that septic systems may eventually impinge on water supplies and that kind of stuff, we don't see any alarming evidence. There are two plots in your packet about. One is about salt, one is about nitrates. Neither one of those show any persistent creeping upwards of either one. Nitrates are below the state alarm levels on almost every case. Occasionally they'll go above 5 when the state begins to pay attention and makes you do quarterly tests instead of annual tests, but most of those over the years drop down and they don't become alarming. They don't require you to do anything until it gets to the level of 10 on that chart, and we haven't seen one of those ever that we know of. Salt is persistent, but it's not, doesn't appear to be increasing, but it is a minor health issue. The state doesn't have any actual limits on how much salt can be in the water, but you have to post it if it gets to be pretty high. But in the long term, there is this risk that we know that high-density septic system will eventually cause problems and get in the water supplies and that sort of thing. So at least we need a plan so we know what to do when things go wrong. It could be next year, it could be 20 years, but we really think that town really should have a decent engineering plan of what you would do if you needed town water or town sewage. We see that the town center seems to be somewhat stagnant in terms of development and maintenance to some degree. There hasn't been a big market for the units down there, although I've been told by the assessors that the properties that have sold recently have sold at their assessed value, so they're doing a good job of trying to figure out what these things are worth. I don't know what the Sherborn Inn sold for yet, but otherwise they're doing fairly well. But again, it would appear that that center is pretty stagnant, including the residential properties that haven't had any major expansion or additions or anything else added to them. And part of that problem, we think, is the fact that water and sewer limits how much you can develop, particularly if you want to do anything in the way of a business. It's perfectly feasible for the town to build a public water supply that would take care of the town, and a A wastewater treatment system could be done as well. Now, the committee has not done their own cost estimates. We have cost estimates from the past that I will use some numbers, but don't say they're ours yet until we vet them or in the process of going through that. A number of years ago, we looked at a public water supply with a well on the north of town that would take care of the schools and all of the downtown properties, and that was going to be roughly a $2 million venture to put all that stuff in. The, what was it called? The smart sewering project, outside people did some engineering estimates of what it would cost to put in a conventional sewer system in town. That was on the order of $4 million. There are lower cost alternatives that we want to look into in more detail, where you would put in essentially neighborhood septic fields, where you would get, say, everybody on Zion's Lane together to put in a septic field remote from where they are, or maybe the businesses on the west side of Main Street could all get together and put in a small water treatment system somewhere nearby. That would be quite a bit cheaper than trying to put in a major sewer system. But we have been looking into that in detail. Again, we see that our job is to provide the options and try to describe what things would cost. We are not in a position to make a decision about what the planning board might want to do about expansion. For example, we know the planning board has not looked into expanding the residential property values at all. What would happen if people on Zion's Lane, for example, had public sewer system and public water? They would be far more inclined to expand their houses and increase their taxes while they're at it. So the planning board hasn't gone that far. We know that we're not aware that the planning board has looked at what would you do if you wanted to really expand the district downtown and start using the ball fields for at least a septic system, which would be painless, I think. But if you wanted to put in a major life care facility, it'd be a good place for it. You know, paid a lot of taxes, not a lot of traffic. You know, that whole thing is open to discussion, and that would certainly lead to a bigger demand for water, but it wouldn't double what we're talking about now. So the Small Business Association in town is going to put together a public meeting for us focused on the business people and the residents downtown, and the whole town will be invited, of course, and I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but that'll be a month or so down the road to get their opinion. We hope to go to that with some better feel for what somebody living on Main Street in a private home might have to pay up front to make this happen in their long-term commitment. So we have a ways to go there. The principal reason I'm here is to talk to you guys about what your ambitions are for downtown and long-term finances. One of the things you could do for us is to give us a legal opinion about what a formal water district or sewer district or combined water sewer district could do for us in terms of limiting access to other people outside of the district. Generally, as we understand it, the district would be set up by the approval of the town, probably take a 2/3 vote sort of thing to get that approved. And in theory, we think the district could prevent any other person requiring services from this outside of this district without a similar vote of the town. That's been a concern that other people have had in the past, that say once you've got your nose under the tent, there's Katie bar the door sort of thing. We don't think that's true, but we would certainly appreciate a legal opinion through the Board of Selectmen about what can be done in that area. We're not lawyers and not experts at that. I think you should look forward to this possibility that people will come forward with more significant expansion of downtown than we've presently contemplated. You know, the most ambitious thing we'd heard in the past was doing something with Fitzpatrick to put in something, but there is other land around there that can be used. Notions about moving the fire station out of town and putting in a small grocery store right there, or using part of the land of the ball fields for housing and stuff like that. So I don't know whether you as a group would want to promote things like that. Probably not anything specific, but, you know, it's going to come up, but that's going to be a consideration, and you guys ought to be thinking about that, I think. And another question that we have is, we're talking somewhere between $2 and $6 million at the most to make all this happen. In order to make it work at all, the town would probably require to float a bond to cover all of upfront costs and recover those costs over the years from the users, but, and cost and interest and that sort of thing, to make that happen. And in your long-term financial vision for the town, you should be considering what would happen if you had a $4 million extra bond issue that you would normally not consider. Is that financially feasible any time in the near future? You don't have to make that decision now, obviously, but I suspect that by the time all this comes to a more formal proposition for the whole town, which would include input from conservation and planning and that sort of thing, that issue of long-term finances is going to come up, and that's probably going to happen in the next 6 to 9 months or something like that. So when you're talking about long-term finances, you probably ought to keep that in mind. I've got plenty of financial problems without that. So well, that's about it for me. Any questions?
So for right now, it's basically that there's not a high demand or need to do something, but for future development purposes, we should be looking down the road. And are there any plans right now to bring any sort of articles or recommended articles for
Good
this
point.
year's town meeting?
We'll probably put a placeholder in for 1 or 2.
Okay.
We're trying to debate about what would be the most productive thing to do. In the past, we tried to ask the town for some money to do some more formal testing of the Price Woodlands well, and that was like a $40,000 or $50,000 project to get that certified by the state and its capacity documented and that kind of stuff. We're not particularly concerned about that. We think that would work, and it's probably big enough to handle everything. But we're trying to decide, do we want to fund some more serious engineering work? Because if you're going to put in a sewer, you really need to know where all the ledge is, and that's a really tricky thing to know. The water system, we have a pretty good handle on. Another possibility is to promote some kind of planning document specifically for water and sewer that would lay all this stuff out, and where would things go, and that kind of stuff. So we're not quite sure what we're going to ask for, but we may.
So, and I, you know, David said it's not urgent or it's not immediate, but I do think we've previously discussed how we're not going to be able to assume that it's not urgent, because it wouldn't take much to get to the
Right.
tipping point where all of a sudden you do have a crisis, somebody's well fails, or there's some, you know, septic system that fails, and all of a sudden you do have more of an issue. We know those businesses can't expand, they can't do anything
Yeah.
more than they're doing now, they're even constrained in what they're doing now. One thought in terms of the financing, Roger, is to get some advice through, counselor, through us and otherwise, about different financing mechanisms like tax increment financing and so forth, which would turn the assumed increase in value into a mechanism for helping to pay back the bonds, so it wouldn't just be coming out of existing tax revenues. It would be tied to the assumed increase in the tax
That'd be interesting.
ratables based on the expansion of the water. And there are, statutes in Massachusetts that address how you do that, and I don't know for a fact that they're available for this scenario, but we ought to look into that.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Well, that's the kind of stuff I do.
There you go. Paul's going to draft that for us.
It's not tax incremental financing, it's called district improvement financing, DIF. This, a general law on a 40Q. The problem here is that some things need to go in tandem. You need to define the district. You need to have a good look at the zoning, because once you do all these things and bring in infrastructure, you allow for things that may not be wanted. So that really has to be carefully examined. Then you've got the DIF financing is its own town meeting vote, own town meeting article. This, putting on my state hat for a minute, we have been funding a program to do just this kind of stuff, to advance money to communities, to build these kinds of things with low interest loans. And there's significant amount of money out there.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and 2% or less loans. But
Yes.
for more financially stressed communities, there's some outright grants of significance, and I don't think we can qualify.
Interest-free, too,
Yeah.
loans. So, but they're all out there, and they're worth pursuing. But let's go back to sort of the fundamental issue, which is, what is the district? And so I had some questions about that. And I would note that Mike is a member of the committee
Yeah.
for which you're speaking. So it wasn't clear whether you were speaking as a selectman or speaking as a member of the committee.
Speaking as a selectman and
Yeah.
a citizen.
Okay.
The
Roger's speaking for the committee.
The committee has talked about this some. We at least think, the original district that was proposed many years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, Ed Rose and company put a district together. And that, at the time, did not include Zion's Lane, which we now think really ought to be included, because the town regulations allowed those people to build houses, and, they're backed up to a swamp and don't have a lot of options for maintaining, and they're just at as much risk as this building is to a problem. So we ought to at least include that, and certainly the Fitzpatrick property, the town has ambitions to turn that into part of the thing. What we think should be considered is including all of the ball fields and maybe some other close property to that as a possibility for expansion, and maybe do it in phases. If you do a water system, you could easily do the existing stuff. And then if later you could add another water main that goes down the back side of the ball fields for some property there. And similarly with a sewer system, you could do that in segments. So defining the district is more a planning board issue than ours. We just think you ought to look big and do it in phases. You may never do the second phase, but
Well, I had some specific questions about the district, because in your report, you say, from the traffic light to Farm Road, and that raised two questions in my mind. One is that you added Pine Hill School, which is a huge add-in to the district. If you have them in the district, they will be then contributing substantially to the district, and if you don't have them in, they won't. So the question I had for that piece of the district is, have you asked the school committee that question?
Not directly yet. Frank Hess is on our committee, and he's been talking to them. The thought was that in order to make this system really good for firefighting and stuff like that, you really need a water tank up by Pine Hill School to have a lot of storage, and that would be a logical place for them. They spend quite a bit of money already on septic system and sewage, and you're going to hear from them soon. They need a bunch of updates on their drainage and that kind of stuff. So they're already spending quite a bit of money in this category, and this will probably save them money in the long run. So, but we haven't had a direct conversation with them.
And related to that is, if you look at the map from the traffic light to Farm Road, that's along Route 27. Does that district intend to go west a little bit to include, for example, the municipal campus? Were you intending
Yeah, that's
to
the intention.
include
Yes.
this building and
Right.
the police station and things like that?
Yeah, that's our intention. Yeah.
So how far west? To Washington Street or further?
Well, we'd cross Washington Street, probably starting on the corner of Maple Street, and go north from there. And just that first row of lots on Washington Street, starting at Maple Street.
So has someone listed all the plots, identified the number of them, and figured out how you would allocate the costs among that district? So I assume that when the water is running and the sewer is running, whichever ends up being done, there'll be a charge for actual usage depending on what the meter says is the flow. But in terms of all the capital costs, would there be a capital recovery fee on those properties? And if so, have you figured out what the rough range would be?
We haven't figured that out yet, but we have a pretty complete list. There's some houses on this side of the road we haven't looked at yet, but, you know, we have acreage, valuations, Title V, septic system flow rates for almost all these properties, and we'll get some more done. But we're in the process of trying to do exactly what you're saying.
I would think that a clear definition of the district is the place to start, but what steps do you,
I agree
what
with you.
sequence do you have in mind, and in what order do you think the issues have to be
We
addressed?
can't do the whole job without knowing what the district is. It's not up to us to decide what the district is. It's probably the planning board ought to be taking that lead, and they're in the process of updating their plan and looking at this very problem. And Gino has been very good about looking. He took the original district, for example, and said, what is the growth potential if there's no water or sewer improvements? And he came up with a number that maybe another 25% floor area if they were lucky. And then he looked at, suppose there were no restrictions on water and sewer, and he went through that whole exercise and said, limited by parking spaces and ground coverage and that sort of stuff. He came up with another number that said that you could increase the business value by a certain number, and I don't remember what it is offhand, but that needs to be done for these other residential properties are not currently in that district, and the planning board probably has to take the lead about where they want to see development happen. We can't make that decision for them. So we're trying to meet with the planning board and start working with that subcommittee. One of their members two of their members are actually on our committee, and they're beginning to work that problem. So I think pacing this thing forward, I see that we're not going to be able to finish our job by May or whatever our sunset date is because the planning board is just now working on the most critical part of this. It's where do you want development to happen? So, but we'll be in a good position to say, if you do this, we can do that, sort of thing.
Well, if you assume from just a policy point of view that a vibrant downtown is good for the town, it's good for the town not just because it produces tax revenue that doesn't impact the schools, but it provides amenities to our residents where they can get local services.
Right.
So for that to happen, to the extent that there's a financial component here, and to the extent that your ask tonight was for us to look at a $2 million commitment and a $4 million commitment, I'm trying to suggest to you that there's a chicken and egg problem.
I know that.
To look at the $2 million and to look at the $4 million to see if they're doable, we would have to see let me phrase it differently. Normally, there's a developer, a private developer, and he comes in and he says, I'm going to build X units of Y. And then you can value what that value will be, and when it gets built, that'll increase taxes. And then you figure out what would be the increase in taxes. Then you solve an equation to figure out how much can you borrow against that increase in taxes. So if you're projecting $100,000 more of taxes are going to flow in because that's what you have commitments for, you can then compute that you can borrow, let's say, $1 million. And so we could spend $1 million doing infrastructure, knowing that it would be entirely paid for by the increased value. But what's missing here to do that is we have to know what the district is, and we have to know what the plans are for the district.
Exactly.
Because if the district is intending to do nothing, that is, no growth, everybody stays the way they are, they're just going to shut down their septic system or their wells, and there's no growth, then there's really very little incremental taxes. There'll be some because the properties will be more valuable for their development potential, but not enough to sustain probably a $6 million bond. But in order to do the financial piece, we need to have the geographic piece.
Yeah.
We need to know the district, and we need to know what the plans are for the district, which is why I mentioned the need to take a look at the zoning to see what are you going to allow in this district now that you have water and sewer, or water or sewer.
Most of those are, as I said, a lot of those are planning board issues, but there's a lot of Board of Health issues that you haven't mentioned, but currently it's not legal to have a septic system in a different lot or a well in a different lot. So, there's a lot of regulations that the Board of Health has that would have to flex in order to allow joint service to all these things. And the zoning board, of course, would have to rejigger all this stuff and figure out how to handle this. So there's a lot to be done, and our committee is not in a position to do that, but we're trying to work with other committees to get them to come forward with their information. It was clear to me when we went to the town before to get some money to try to develop the well and off of the road up there, was that no other group in town was behind this. I mean, they were saying, well, this would be a good idea if we do it, but, nobody spoke up at the town meeting to say this is a good thing. Selectmen, Planning Board, Board of Health, Conservation, nobody was behind it because we hadn't done our homework. So we learned our lesson. We're trying to get these people involved directly and say, hey, what is it you want to do? We'll tell you what the infrastructure might be to support it. So I'm with you 100% on the need to do both.
I'm just hesitant to say, yeah, let's go for a $2 million or a $4 million bond without knowing what are we going to allow to be built there, and where, and how many properties. So at the end of the day, I can figure out
Yeah.
what actually is the financial impact on the taxpayer? If hopefully none, if you set it up right. But how much are the taxpayers going to be on the hook for? And without having that data,
As I said, we don't have those numbers. I'm just saying you should be thinking ahead that if this becomes a desirable thing, is it practical to talk about that kind of a bond issue from this town?
I don't think we have a proposal, Paul.
No.
I think what we have is similar to you. Roger is identifying the issues that need to be solved. He's not coming here asking us to approve a plan. He doesn't have a plan.
I
committee doesn't have
understand
a
that,
plan.
but it was asking us, what do we think of 2 million or 4 million? And I'm telling him what I think of 2 million or 4 million.
I think there would be
Well, I was-
natural support.
I was likewise a bit spooked, because I hadn't, because what I'd be looking for is options. What are the options?
Right.
And to do the options, you do have to pull together all sorts of plans. It sounds like one of the keys, obviously, is the master plan that the planning committee and the various groups are working on. But there are also all sorts of other efforts that have been done. Like, you've got a great committee with people that probably know about many of these efforts. You know, stuck in a drawer is the traffic study that the Northeastern students did a few years back that may be part of the, being incorporated, I presume, in the master plan. The Price Woodlands well thing, I mean, how does that fit into this as an option or not?
Right.
And to figure that out, maybe we are talking, I think you said it, perhaps you should be doing some sort of plan from the Water Options Committee, which would be done at a cost. You'd have to engage somebody probably to do that. That might make some sense in terms of coming to the town, looking for some money and/or some engineering. But I guess that would help educate folks who aren't as adept at things as you are related to this topic. For example, I look at these graphs and, sorry, even the color version, I couldn't follow any of it. So it's putting in layman's terms what all the data says, and you said it briefly in a handful of sentences. That's very helpful. But Mike hit on struck a very raw nerve, that there could be an urgency or a tipping point that we need to be as ready for as soon as we can be. And so we do have to progress. And, one of the key common denominators, it seems to me, is Gino.
Yes.
And Gino's pulled in a million directions, so perhaps we should be thinking of getting an intern for Gino, like we had a couple of interns in here last year, David, that did some nice
Right,
work
yeah.
for us. To maybe work specifically towards this, or at least pulling together things, maybe helping with the planning committee and their master plan to accelerate that process
Yeah,
if
that'd
it
be a
can
good
be. I don't know, it just seems like we, we'll be having this conversation a year from now and hardly further along. And to the extent we need to get somewhere before town meeting with placeholders, but knowing what we're putting in those placeholders, I think we need a little more effort from somebody here.
Yep.
And it's not asking wonderful volunteers. You got a great group on this committee, but
I think, Roger, if you're hearing the same thing that I'm hearing, what I'm hearing is that the planning process to date has identified the problem and is starting to identify some options, and now the focus has to be on how you would do it and what the financial and, physical implications would be, both fiscal for the town, financial for the property owners, and so forth. And I think we can do that. I think there's information out there. It's just the process of pulling that together.
Right.
can I also just ask a question? You mentioned the Board of Health, and that's key. We probably don't have very good well water quality data.
Well, that's what that graph is.
This graph, but it's limited, correct? It's limited to businesses or people that actually do it?
Public water supplies.
Only the public water supplies.
Churches, this building, restaurants, most of the businesses downtown.
I don't know if that's something we get into, trying to fund for being smarter about all this, some other well testing of individual wells or something. I throw that out there. I have no idea.
Wow.
It may open some legal challenges, but
I think from a sort of a high policy level, kind of 10,000 feet looking down, I support improving and building a vibrant downtown. And I also support spending some public money to advance that. But some public money probably doesn't mean $4 to $6 million, because the taxpayers here are pretty stretched. We're paying a lot in taxes. But that's why I mentioned that there is specific state money that's been set aside for just this kind of thing, number one. And number two, if you knew what the district is, there are some fancy techniques that can be done that would have limited impact on taxpayers. But it's hard to figure out how that would work in here when there hasn't been enough planning done.
I
So
agree with you.
from the higher level, to the extent that you're looking for, a reaction, I'm trying to give you a positive reaction to, yes, I think there's a general recognition on my part, probably on the board's part, and probably on the public's part, that we need to invest in our downtown, and that we'd all benefit from it. We'd benefit environmentally, we'd benefit from it economically, and then we have the amenities of a town center. So the ingredients are there to act on this. But it's just, we have to have a target and data and a specific thing that we can move emotions on. It's too,
This is
too
a
amorphous
progress
right now.
report. This is not a final report.
No, it's great.
Yeah, right. I mean, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I think everybody here wants to encourage you to, in the committee, to keep moving us forward.
Committee.
And you've done a ton of work. I know that personally, just from being involved in the communications of the committee.
Right. Well, thank you for your time.
And we'll add the 2 placeholders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they're $2 million and $4 million placeholders.
No. Small change is what we're probably going to,
There you go.
all right.
Okay, now we have
Few
the
drops.
Wildlife Committee.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Roger.
Get the Wildlife Committee going.
How are you?
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Hi. The Wildlife Committee met for the first time in April of 2013. The original project was to create a hunting plan to support, I guess, the original Board of Selectmen's decision in 2009 to consider hunting on public lands. We completed a plan. I guess the reason why I'm here tonight is I think we're at a point of transition. So we've completed a plan, procedure, and application, and understand that the decision to now go forward with that plan, the procedures, and then to identify lands in the town to be hunted, if accepted, is now out of our hands. So I can share with you the materials and the procedures that we've created. I think secondarily, we were asked to look at a couple of other either public safety oriented or nuisance animals. Became evident from the first meeting that beavers were a public nuisance and were a concern of some of the residents. We looked into that, did some research, and found that the state actually mandates how beavers are dealt with. They've set out rules and regulations that are followed by the Conservation Commission and the Health Department, and that there was really no role for us in that process due to the fact that these are state-mandated regulations. It then was suggested that we take a look at potentially some other public safety issues like bears and coyotes, and learned that there are already existing procedures in place for those as well. So if somebody comes across a bear, they call the police department, and the police department works with the animal control officer to handle those things. So we reverted back to the deer plan, and I guess that's where we are today. So we have a set of procedures, we have some guidelines, and we have an application, but nothing to implement, I guess.
You give us those applications and the procedures? I see Weston's and Dover's, I'm not sure I see ours.
No, I didn't
No,
have that to include.
Okay,
whatever
I
the
have,
most recent-
I guess they're up on the Dropbox. I'm not sure if you guys had access to that, but I've got copies here,
Oh, great, good, thanks.
so I can leave those
Yeah,
with you.
that'd be good. That'd be very good.
Can we pass that out then for us to see?
Oh, sure.
Or is there going to be a slideshow here?
No, but there will be later, I think, on a different topic.
Okay.
You know, one question for you on the beaver issue. I think part of the problem in our town with beavers is not just the beavers, it's the lack of information and understanding about what has to be done when someone confronts a beaver issue, whether it's a issue with a beaver that's on public property harming private property, a beaver that's on private property harming public property. I'm familiar with some other communities where they have either formal regulations or even a bylaw, in the case of at least one town I know of, in which they have addressed the protocol for dealing with beavers. So it's very clear to everybody. I mean, does your committee have a thought about that? Did you consider that aspect of it, or?
Well, we didn't, because we reviewed the existing procedures in place, and the Conservation Commission and the Board of Health works to remediate any beaver issues, and they work in line with the state mandated regulations. So I think there probably is room for maybe some type of improved communication to residents, but there are very specific rules, requirements, and procedures for how to handle nuisance beavers.
And my understanding, again, not having personally experienced it, but that people feel a little whipsawed. They feel sometimes the process doesn't move as quickly as it should, and, you know, what could be done to create a process that's clear to everybody, and maybe that has some, you know, some procedures that make sure that things get done in a timely way would be, I think, helpful for the town, at least from the information I've seen and the anecdotal information I've gotten on.
Yeah, I think that from the responses that we heard from folks who were frustrated, that there are no additional procedures to add, but yet it's a process, that the confusion comes from having to deal with two different entities to get a problem solved. So there's the Conservation Commission element, and then there's the Board of Health component, and I'm not sure people understand who to go to when, which entity is purposed with which specific function. So I think it's more of a informational flow issue versus a procedural, because the procedures are, like I said, state, they come from the state. So the state sets the guidelines for what you can do, how you can do it, and when you can do it. The town organizations, the Conservation Commission and the Board of Health, implement those practices, but yet there's probably, I don't believe there is somebody who has common access to both. So the flow of information back and forth probably could be improved.
Okay.
Well, if I could,
I was going to, just to resolve that, we looked at this and didn't see how we could impact the existing procedures from either new policies or usurping what the state says that one can do.
So if I could go to the deer issue. I was on the board in 2009, and there was considerable discussion that other communities were trying to manage deer populations, and Sherborn was not. And there was discussion about the effect of having too many deer that exceed sort of state-recommended guidelines, is that, number one, they starve. Number two, they eat landscaping of residents, and so they cause damage to property. They get into roads and get hit by cars, causing damage to vehicles and possibly to people and to themselves. They carry disease that needs to be addressed in some way, like Lyme's disease, and there's a host of associated diseases. And I see in our packet that our town administrator had an intern do a whole study and a survey. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
I have, yes.
But it indicates that like 70% of people think that the best way to manage deer is through a hunting program. And so in the period from 2009 to 2014, I, for one, on this board, have been anxious to see if a hunting program would work in Sherborn, and if so, where and under what circumstances. And the intern has applied all these state standards to determine that there were, I guess, 4 properties that were potentially available for hunting of deer.
For public properties.
4 public properties, yes. Stand corrected there. Private property was going to be left to the individual property owner to decide what was going to be done.
As it is now.
Yes. So of those 4 properties, they were determined because you have to be so many feet away from a road and so many feet away from a house, and your deer population has to be in excess of a certain number. And so the intern ran some bait tests and did whatever technical work necessary to identify what the deer population was of these different tracks. And so there were, I guess, 2 tracks in which the deer population was higher than acceptable levels and were eligible for some kind of hunting program. And so your piece here is bow hunting and not shooting, and a set of standards as to how one would do that, how one would implement this program on these lands.
That's right.
So if I put the pieces together, the piece from the town administrator and the piece from you, the issue from the board is, should we authorize bow hunting on these lands this year?
Well, it would be too late to do it this year, but it probably would be more feasible. The bow hunting season is underway right now. It would probably be more feasible to think about instituting this in 2015.
All right, but the properties that have been identified for this are under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission and not under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen. So even if I wanted to culminate this 5 years of looking at this by a motion to say, go bow hunt on one of these properties, that would be out of order because they're not our properties. They are the properties that are under the control of the Conservation Commission. and they're the ones that need to take that vote. If they vote to allow this hunting program, I believe that's all that's needed, is just their vote. They don't need a vote from the Board of Selectmen.
I feel like we're having deja vu all over again.
So do
because
I.
This is the discussion we had last
Last
fall
year.
at this exact time. And I did think you guys were going to talk to Town Forest and Conservation. You may have already done that, to Paul's point.
Yeah, so we had one of the, Dave Colleen, one of the members of the Town Forest Committee, sat on our committee as well, and thought that he was willing to take it to the Town Committee, the Town Forest Committee, and thought that approval would be acceptable. And I guess I'm here today. It was our impression that we needed to get, because the Board of Selectmen had originally voted on the proposal, that it was incumbent on us to get approval from this group before moving to those other folks, the Town Forest and the Conservation Commission.
Well, I'm willing to give this a try.
I am too. I mean, I'm feeling like we're seeing this at the last minute, but on a quick read, it also looks a lot like the one you showed us last year, maybe with some refinement in terms of the kinds of information you're asking for, and it's in a,
I think it's the same as last
Pretty
year.
good shape.
These
Right.
documents
Yes.
are the same you gave us last year.
That's right.
yeah. Well, this says 2013, so you're right, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Um,
And just to follow up on that point earlier, there are several towns surrounding that have this program in place, and what we did was we looked at Dover's, Medfield's, Framingham's, and Weston's, and grabbed the features that we thought were most applicable to Sherborn, and that's how we constructed those procedures and guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion to give this,
I think we did have a member of the public with a comment, maybe? Is this,
Yeah, Susan Tyler, Weston Avenue. I just, first, a couple of things. I'm curious as to where the other members are, because there's 3 members of the committee that I spoke to who were never told about this, so they have no input on this. The other thing is the other members of this committee, or the whole committee, has not had a meeting since the last time they were before the Selectmen in December of last year. And the whole plan and the application process and all that, because I attended all those meetings, has not been fully vetted out with all the members. And as far as the beaver issue, it was, yes, okay, go forth, let's get the information from other towns, and come back, and there's never been another meeting. One other member has resigned back in March, that position has never been filled, and again, they still haven't had a meeting, so to go forward now, unless you get the full input of all the other members that are on this committee, to me, seems just a little, the horse before the cart here. It's been a year and nothing, there has been no meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, nothing has changed since we came up with those plans.
okay, so, I mean, and those plans, do they reflect the committee as a whole at that time?
They
or-
reflect the committee as a whole at that time. In fact, the person who removed themselves did so because there was nothing else to do. We weren't having meetings. We had, okay.
Go ahead.
Did so in between now and the last time we met. So we had no meetings since that person had removed themselves, resigned.
They resigned approximately 4 months after the last meeting that you've had.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's still, I think, due diligence, I think that the committee ought to have another meeting, refresh themselves as to what this plan is and make sure that what they're presenting is still valid and that they all still actually agree on it, because not from the meetings that I attended, and I attended them all.
Well, Susan, if you only attended meetings that happened before the last time they were in there, how can you say that they
I
don't?
attended all of the meetings.
Well, you just told us there weren't any meetings for the past year. They were before us a year ago, they gave us the same proposal.
Yes, and I was here for that.
Okay, so at that time, it must have reflected the members of the committee.
I'm saying it did not, and I can pull you out the tape recordings, which will show it did not.
Well, that's not what's been represented to us by the members of the committee, so I'm not going to...
No, a member of the committee.
All right, well, last year, there were 2 members of the committee here. They were both here.
And those were the two that were told about the meeting tonight, and no one else. Thank you.
Okay, that's, yeah.
So
I think the other committees, the other standing committee members would be happy to discuss their agreement with the documents.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel a need for that, but others may.
No, I just, it's great to see you again, Dave. It's been too long. So I'll probably have the same types of comments I would have had last year, because we're in the same sort of position, except I'm glad you did go look into things like the beaver issues and bears and, oh my. One of the other things I asked Dave, a couple of times at a couple of our meetings, that something you guys ought to, I don't know if it's your committee or where it is, but the Asian longhorn beetle that Worcester's been dealing with, and the winds come from the west. If those babies start coming into town, we're going to lose a lot of trees. So that's something town forest, I don't know where, but I throw that out as another critter issue that somebody ought to be dealing with. Again, I don't know if it's your committee.
Sure.
I think I had sent David an email after we had met with you last year with a number of points, and I would probably just cut and paste the same thing to him again this year. And one of the suggestions was that he be more actively involved with what you guys are doing and vice versa, so that we're all on the same page. Where I see what you're wanting to do, I think if we call a spade, it really is, you're looking to have bow hunting on town lands, essentially for sport. And if we accept that fact, that there are hunting enthusiasts who are looking to have bow hunting on town property, and assuming we have all of the safety issues and all of that lined up, then the question is, why can't that take place? As opposed to we have this, what the intern did is great, but, he shows we don't have an overpopulation of deer, at least on the 300 acres of town forest, and we don't have an overpopulation of deer on the Barber Reservation. So many of the points that people would make to say why we should be going out and hunting deer don't hold any water from my perspective, whether it's dealing with Lyme disease or it's dealing with overpopulation, because the evidence isn't there. We still need to gather more evidence. Have we had more accidents with deers? I'm sure that information's available. And have we seen a trend in that regard? That would further support the need for culling the herd to the extent, anecdotally, we think the herd has grown. I don't know that to be the case, and our study shows it only in a limited fashion in small portions of town land. So I don't know what we need to do, because as Paul says, it's up to the folks that manage those properties to make the determination of whether or not these things will be allowed, and assuming the public safety officials are on board. And I see you have, police department approval of some sort for the application and regulation and so forth, and the regulation and so forth. So.
Well, I was going to suggest giving them preliminary approval to go forward to the Conservation Commission and the Town Forest Committee, because what I heard was that the next step really is to get a vote from those two committees, and I heard and would deduce on my own that it would be helpful for those committees to know where this board stood on the issue of allowing hunting. So I'd like to make a motion that we give preliminary approval to the product that the committee has come up with, so that they can then approach the property owners of these public lands to see if there's any buy-in from any of those committees.
I'm still feeling deja vu, but I'll second your motion. I think this is exactly where we were a year ago. I don't really want to be here a year from now and in the same position, so I hope there's a way to get to Concom and Forestry and either get an answer or not. And Peter, to your point about deer population, I mean, the intern did identify 4 public properties, and I think 3 of which... Two of which had an
2 small ones,
overpopulation.
yeah,
But, just based on observations.
yes, that's
But,
right.
just based on observations, if there aren't deer in the public lands, it may be because they've run into the
In
abutting
your yard.
private lands, and are eating the vegetation and, spreading ticks around like Paul was talking about. So I don't think, you don't have fencing to keep these deer in the public lands, and I would assume if you culled a reasonable number of deer from the public lands, it would improve the situation on private lands. So I don't see it as a hunting
Well,
enthusiast, as the main motivation. To me, it is a health issue, and it's an economic issue, and it's a nuisance animal.
Okay, I've seen no evidence on the health issue. I've asked for getting evidence. We don't have any of that from the Board of Health. We don't have data in terms of accident data with, the animal control officer. So, and our study shows, yes, it's done. It was a fairly carefully done study, and it shows the large pieces of land don't have an overpopulation. That's the information I have. So, so that's why I say I think it's more a hunting enthusiast thing.
The State Department of Fisheries and Wildlife produces a study, and I'll share that with you, that does show that the broader
It's a challenge for
deer
the state.
population is over, there is a significant overpopulation, and they break it down into
Right.
regions, and, there's a significant overpopulation in this region.
And so by this, Paul, while we're still in discussion, you're comfortable with the legal form and substance of these documents? Because I think that's part of what your motion is dealing with.
I think Paul's motion is only authorizing the next step. It's not a final approval, but I'm not positive that we need to be the ones who give the final
Right.
approval if it's conservation and forestry. So,
Right.
do we have a official role here, Paul, other than
Well, I'm
a policy
concerned,
direction?
I'm concerned that he goes to these boards and they say, never will we allow anything to be done on our land. And if that is the response that you get, I think you should come back here, because we need to find out why.
Yeah, we have some land. I mean, there's green around the parking lot out here. We can,
So what was the motion? Could you just read the motion? Diane, do you have that? I don't know if you remember.
Move to give preliminary approval of the product presented by the Wildlife Committee that has come before them.
Which is-
And to approach property owners.
Right, which are these documents?
and I'll second that. I think I already did second that. Okay, so do we have more discussion, or?
Well, I haven't really studied these since, I haven't looked at it since last year. So we're approving that, and we're being asked to approve that, and allowing them to go to these other committees.
Well,
We're not being asked to
preliminary
approve.
approval.
But we're not, the approval is not in terms of actual hunting.
That's right. Well, we can't, there's nothing we can do to approve actual hunting. I think that's true probably whether or not Concom says they can use the conservation lands. We're here in
So we're not approving the concept of hunting.
the concept of hunting?
Yeah,
Or the actual hunting of
From a policy
hunting?
point of view, I think we are saying.
Can you clarify that in your motion somehow?
What's the motion?
Move to give preliminary approval for the product presented by the Wildlife Committee that has come before the board and to approach private property owners.
To,
Approach the Conservation Commission.
And town
And
forest.
And Town Forest Committee.
for them to consider a hunting plan on their property. Would that satisfy your,
Well, again, it's not, I don't have a problem with them going to these groups. I'm not going to support hunting, so I'm convoluted with that motion.
Well, you made your position clear, so.
Yes.
Can we have a vote on Paul's motion? You want to read it back, Diane, so we have the final motion?
Move to give preliminary approval for the product brought forth by the Wildlife Committee to approach town forest and conservation, for them to consider a hunting plan on their property and to approach private property owners.
Yeah, can we amend product to say the proposed form and regulations?
Do we
So
need
the
to- do we
application,
need-
is it an application or is it regulation?
It's not-
It's regulations and an application.
And do we need the private property at the last piece?
No, I don't think there was private property.
Yeah, this is oriented only for town property, sure.
Okay. So take it on private property?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have a vote. All in favor of that motion? All right, thanks.
Excellent.
You thought you said you were voting no?
He made clear his position on
I'm okay
hunting.
with that, but I'm against.
You're allowed to talk about hunting, you're just not allowed to hunt. It's
That's
okay.
right.
Now I'm baffled. All right.
So you're now confused.
Bill Solomon and Doug Ambos for the cable TV. Thanks for coming in, David.
Mike, we have the poll hearing that was advertised for 7:10. You have to hold the hearing at the...
What's that?
time. Usually you have to hold the hearing at the time, or...
Yeah, you have to go to them.
Oh, we're a public hearing.
Well, we can have the hearing running behind, right? I mean, it's not,
But you should open it and then postpone it till...
all right, well, you can open it because I'm recused from it, so if you want to open it, open it.
You're,
I think we've got Bill Solomon, who we're paying to be here
Right,
too,
right.
so.
okay, where's the, give me a...
Oh, it's here. That's why I had that in front of you. You didn't know why?
I didn't know why.
Hi.
The next item that needs to be addressed is that the town of Sherborn had scheduled a public hearing for 7:10 regarding a petition from Verizon on behalf of itself and NSTAR to install a new pole at 35 Farm Road. We have to, by law, open the hearing, which we are doing right now, and then I'm going to ask for a motion to postpone the rest of the hearing following the completion of the discussion on the Comcast license renewal.
So moved.
And Selectman Giammo
I'm
is
recused.
recused. So I second.
Can I, just for discussion, do we have people from here for
The
this?
property owner's here, and I think Verizon built... Yes, yeah.
So I wonder, Paul,
Well, we're
This
paying
might
town
be
council to
quick.
be here too, so I think we need to go to town council. That was why I had the
no, I understand.
request.
How long
Will that take?
How long will this take, Paul? I mean, I don't know.
They
but
can
I-
go on if it's not, if it's all agreed to, then it can be quick. If there's controversy and...
Well, we're just asking other folks to wait, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I only handed the gavel over under the premise that we were going to go forward with these guys. Otherwise, I would have suggested we just postpone even opening it. I mean, we're running a little
All
behind.
right, so if you don't have a problem with that, I guess I'm all right. I don't see any.
Yeah, well, your vote is essential here because there's only two of us.
I know that.
So I'm going to vote to postpone.
All right.
If you do too?
Yes.
All right, so the Verizon poll hearing is going to be done after the conclusion of the Comcast discussion.
And Bill and Doug, I'm hoping you can do this in maybe 15 minutes or something, you think?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean,
It depends on your questions, of course.
Yeah.
We will come back to the board. We're scheduled in the first week in December, hopefully for the signing of the license. We could change the schedule.
I'm hoping you can tell us what's changed since the last time you were in here. You were in here the last time with a
Yep.
deal almost negotiated, so maybe you can start by telling us what's different
So
from
first of all,
that.
Doug Ambos from the Cable TV Advisory Committee. There's some other board members aren't here tonight, but we do talk. And Bill Solomon, special attorney specializing in cable TV matters. So Bill sent you a draft of the license, and it's, how many pages, Bill?
Oh, maybe 60.
60 pages. I've summarized the key points on a two-sided sheet of paper here, so I don't have the slides to show for the public.
So maybe you can make some of those copies available to the public.
And since we came in front of the board in April, and the license actually expired in May, we've been extending, using the previous license in full force, while Bill negotiated carefully with the government representative for Comcast. And the points that the selectmen and some public members brought up when we last met have been addressed, we believe, and the license looks pretty good. Bill has done great things negotiating for the town in our interest, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill, did you give us a red line or anything on this? Is that what the shading is?
The last changes, yes.
Okay,
That's correct. And Doug will go over one of the biggest substantive changes is we've nailed down the video return locations, and Doug will go through that with you.
Sure. So the points that say here are the PEG operating funds, that's the public educational government channels that we transmit to the Comcast subscribers, are based on 5% of cable T revenues, which is pretty standard for towns.
Yeah, I would say, it's actually not sort of standard. It's the maximum allowed by federal law, 5% of gross revenues. Most towns don't have 5%. Some do, but most don't. And it's also your license has a full, complete definition of gross annual revenues. That would include both subscriber revenues and also non-subscriber revenues like advertising and home shopping. So to allow a town like Sherborn, which doesn't have a large subscriber base, to maximize in a fair way the consideration for use of your right-of-way. So that continues to be 5% as last time, continues to be broad definition, but that wasn't a given in the negotiation. So it's I think, success on part of the town.
It's not just not standard, it's actually quite an accomplishment to get 5% these days. So my hat's off to both of you for making that happen.
Right.
Thank you very much.
The other part, we have capital funds that the cable TV corporation that helps the town provide these services. The license accounts for $50,000 of capital funds, plus a 0.25% tied to capital funding, or percentage funding relative to the revenue. And then roughly that adds up to around $75,000 over the 10-year duration of this license. And the Dover Sherborn Cable TV uses that to replace equipment like the robotic cameras and the closet as needed. And the equipment's quite expensive, and this is a good amount. It's not as good as the last license that we negotiated 10 years before.
But also because we have another company.
We have another company. We have Verizon in place, which has diluted the subscriber count for both companies. And then the next point is we heard the Selectmen, we're keeping the requirement for the institutional network, or INET, also known as video return, from the Sherborn Community Center and the Sherborn Library.
Wonderful.
And that was
Congratulations.
a key negotiating point with Comcast. Those are actually pretty short cable runs, so we traded off that support for that and dropping the support from Pine Hill School in return for the fourth bullet, which is a really important thing, and on the backside I have benefits for it. They're going to build out a direct fiber connection between here and the studio in the Dover Sherborn High School, which is our main origination point. And so that's a major win.
That was a big comment the last time you were in here, too.
Yeah, right. And credit to Frank Foss, Comcast Government Affairs Manager, because on two major issues. Doug will get to one. The build-out, the whole town gets built out without a density requirement. Cable's available to anyone who wants it. A huge issue in a place with Sherborn's density, only because of the board making clear the importance of that. Frank Foss from Comcast hearing the board and wanting to cooperate, we were able to succeed in that when we weren't sure what that was going to look like. We knew we needed to have it. We weren't sure whether we were going to get to an agreement. Mr. Foss was very helpful on that. We appreciate it. And on the same thing on the return from the library and the community center, heard the board, understood how important it was. We felt it was cost effective. And going forward now from the school, that because of the nature of digital signals and the fact that signals can now be sent over the internet, you wouldn't want that for your main buildings, but for a building that needs to have live origination at different times, we'll have the capacity going forward, the potential to have a live signal from a place like the school over the internet. For those occasions, it needs to be live. So we both think that this is a real win, because you're going to end up with clearer signal, better sound, better picture, particularly with respect to the connection between here and the Dover Sherborn studio. So we think it's a win-win, and we're very happy the board made clear the issue of the school, of the community center and the library.
Great.
And maybe I'll skip over the points, but the benefits of having a direct tie to the studio, but I think you see that. So, not in the printout there, but I wanted to mention the density requirement of how dense houses are. That's not in the license. In other words, the whole town is guaranteed coverage, including new developments in town. Bill was able to secure a senior discount in a letter. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, the senior kids discount in the world of cable is becoming less frequent and unfortunately not as robust as it had been. But to the company's credit, it's voluntary. The town cannot require it. But at the last license negotiation and this time, we made clear to the representative how important it was to this board to continue the senior discount. It's based on financial qualifications. We have some broader qualifications than a lot of senior discounts. And anyone who currently has a senior discount would be grandfathered with that discount. And then going forward, the discount not quite the same, but still would be available. I think it's $2 off standard service. Again, not the biggest in the world, but it's something, and we were able to achieve that. There's nothing that's provided that's better than that by Comcast, so we were able to achieve their best. There are communities, and Paul would know this, that don't have senior discounts. And what happens, some of the folks call the cable company, some folks on the phone sometimes say, well, the town didn't ask for it. Well, that's not the case. So here we asked for it, we got it, we were very happy with that.
Another point I want to bring up is that Comcast has agreed to continue their policy of providing free internet to the schools and to the library, and that's covered in a letter separate from the license. Major win. They also have provided in a letter the recognition that they will look in future looking at, 2 years from now?
2 years.
Into the possibility of adding high definition HD program guides, a local channel program guide, and video on demand. These are 3 trends or things that are already here and are rarely seen in local cable. And they recognize that, and we're able to put it in writing that they will revisit that.
So just to highlight that, so if someone wants to watch an ancient and honorable selectmen's meeting,
Everyone does.
they can go
Broad audience.
and find it on demand.
Well, practically speaking, what would be on demand would be the recent things, but I want to say that we do put all of our selectmen meetings and key things on YouTube and also backed up on our servers, so you can see them now.
We have a worldwide audience, don't we?
Right.
Okay, good. Anything else?
Yeah, so since we had this review of draft cable TV license, I actually looked through it more closely than the last time. So I may actually, because it's still a draft, I may give you a call, Bill.
That'd be
with some-
fine,
Just so
yes.
you can tell me this is standard
And
stuff.
we do have a 1/2014 date that's going to change to 2015, I
Yeah.
picked up, but we've read this over millions of times, but we're not yet done with it.
So it's just to help me understand,
Yes.
because I don't do this stuff like these
Yep.
guys do, that this is
Sure.
typical wording for indemnification. This is typical wording, like if we give a better deal to Verizon, they can come back to us and get a better deal from us as a
Well,
result.
what I would
things
say
like
is, briefly on that, is that it's typical wording for where IM and Comcast is on licenses, that this, as licenses go, has excellent protection on those town council issues, on your protection of your right-of-way, on indemnification. So as licenses go, this is very protective of the town on those issues. In addition, it's protective of the town on cable issues, such as, you said, the question of being able to come back and undo the deal. It's a very limited to other cable licensees. It does not apply to, as some cable operators would like, if there's a competitor in video, which the town does not license. If that is hurting the company's business, that doesn't relate to this. It only relates to if you give a license to someone else. And here's the good news. you have given a license to somebody else, and you managed to make sure that those licenses had equilibrium in a way that there was no valid complaint, and that's served the town well. And one thing I should say, because I always point out that there's nothing the town could have done in a number of areas that was more important than getting a competitor here. And there are a lot of towns in the area, there are a lot of large cities in Massachusetts that do not have Verizon Fios. And they will not have, because Verizon is no longer building Fios systems. So Verizon wanted to come here, but part and parcel of that was that Sherborn worked to have them come here, so that it's sort of a reality that people might not be aware of, but makes a big difference, even including some price competition, specials and things like that.
So I think we have the issuing authority to thank for that, which I realize the issuing authority in all these words is us guys.
That's right.
Can I just say a word on Verizon?
Sure.
And that is that I understand that the majority of actual users in the town are Verizon users and not Comcast users. That Comcast is the minority at this point. Is that still the case?
Well, I believe, I don't have the numbers, I believe that Verizon did have a majority, but we only know the numbers as of December 31st of each year. And what we have seen as a trend in a number of places is that Comcast in the last year, in their competitive approach, has managed to win back some subscribers. So we won't know that until February 2015. But I'd say that I think that they're at least fairly equal. It can go back and forth. It depends on what sort of services they provide to their customers. But from a financial perspective, they've lost half their subscribers. But they're competitors, and they continue to compete very effectively.
Is there any more questions on this contract?
Yeah, just, so as issuing authority, I've been here 2.5 years or whatever. We've never had to deal with anything to do with Comcast other than meeting with you guys. So I presume the cable committee is our designee. So when because what floored me was we have complaint resolution procedures. If a customer has complaints, they're to come to us. And
Right. Well,
that's a responsibility.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head.
I don't know how we deal with it.
Yeah, typically, it depends how the town handles it, but typically, they might call the committee, someone like Doug, he make a call and resolve it. So I think that reflects the fact that if there have been problems, they've been resolved before getting to
That's
the
right,
selectmen.
yeah, that's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's great.
But if we wanted to make that the town administrator instead of the board of selectmen, is that feasible?
Yes, from a perspective of how you manage that's correct. If you're in a more formal process that could lead to a disagreement, you would bring to the board. But you certainly have the right to delegate that to anybody you would like.
Because there's a whole bunch of clauses in here, the evaluation of them, getting data from them if we request it and so forth, that I didn't appreciate.
Exactly.
That we had that obligation, in fact.
Well, it's
for the
important.
right and
Yeah, that's
perhaps
right.
obligation.
It's important not to put it away for 10 years, and I
That's
know
right.
Doug works hard, is that you need to,
Monitor, exactly.
They monitor the revenues. You keep a spreadsheet to see every quarter, what's the revenue from each company? How's it changing? How are the trends changing? They do that for you. So, as you know, with your volunteer committees, they do work, beyond what people know, and this is true of the committee, particularly of Doug, and they do that throughout the 10-year process. I once in a while, I'll hear from Doug, or we'll speak, and I know he's on top of that, and that just depends on volunteerism.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Awesome. Very good.
Appreciate it.
So,
You don't want a preliminary vote of approval?
well, I'd like an opinion. Are we ready, do you think, for the
I'm
December 4th
ready
meeting?
to sign this. I've read this, I've read it from front to back. I think it's pretty good contract. It carries out what we had envisioned with the first contract when we had Comcast here, and want to continue to keep Comcast here.
Okay.
This is a pretty good deal.
Thank you.
I'm ready to sign.
Yeah, no problem.
You're coming back the first week of December?
Yes, and that we, representative from Comcast would be here and to sign, basically.
And Peter's got some questions in the meantime. I may
Yeah,
have some
just to
questions.
educate me, that's all it is, because I'm the issuing authority
I don't think we
person.
plan to sign anything tonight, so.
I consider it a compliment that you're asking questions and on that and looking into it, so thank you. Feel free to call.
Great,
Great,
thanks very much.
Thank you, folks.
Perfect.
Thank you, Doug, and all the members of your committee for all the work they put in. All right, we're back to a poll hearing, so I wonder if Verizon, I guess the Verizon representative can describe what is being done and proposed.
Hi, my name's Kellyanne Condon, I represent Verizon. Basically, in front of the property at 35 Farm Road, we'd like to place a stub pole. Currently, there's a pole across the street. There's a guy wire supporting that pole that is connected to the tree across the street. The tree is, I've been told, is rotting. And if we place a pole there, we can move the guy wire over and actually have the stub pole support the pole line.
And there are plans that you have, or drawings that you've submitted to us.
Correct.
Now, because this is a public hearing, I'm going to call on the public to make any comment.
Just a question, Paul, how tall is the stub pole? And will there be anything else connected to it besides the guy wire that's currently connected to the rotting tree?
I believe the stub pole is going to be 35 feet, if you bear with me for 1 second. Yep, 35-foot pole, and there will be an anchor connected to that, which, an anchor basically...
Anchoring the pole,
Yep,
and that anchor will go on town right away?
yep, within the town right away.
Any more, Peter?
All set.
All set.
Thank you.
Can I have a clarification of that?
Yeah.
I'm Ann Robb, I live at 35 Farm Road. When you said the
Anchor.
stud pole will rise where the marker is now,
Yes, that stakes out there.
and then will the supporting pole go into our property or along the street?
It'll go toward the property side of the pole, and it won't be a supporting pole, it'll actually just be a wire with, like a big metal screw, basically
Okay.
screwed into the ground. The wire will come down and connect into the ground like that.
Can I ask you the procedure of doing that? We're concerned about the tree because it's an old dying maple, and it could fall in a high wind, ice storm, or snow. And we're concerned about the street, pedestrians, and the barn. So I guess I want to know when that might happen. And we have an arborist waiting to take the tree down, but we can't do that until I guess the pole is
Right, until the new
in place.
pole is set. So basically what happens is when I receive approval, Verizon right away can release the job from engineering to construction. They put it in their schedule. General answer to that question is construction's usually scheduled 4 to 6 weeks out. I'm not sure their schedule, but what I can do is make sure I have your name and number and make sure that Verizon does contact you and let you know when it will be done. It's something they'll set the pole in a day and be out of there, but we'll let you know ahead of time what day.
Just for the record, you are the property owner on the side where the stub is, or the side where the pole that's being braced is?
Where the stub pole is. She's on the,
Where it's going.
where the new pole is going, correct.
So the anchor currently, or the guy wire currently, is into the tree, your
Into the
tree,
tree, which
that
is
you'd
right.
like to see removed, you're planning to remove.
The tree is on your property,
It is.
but the anchor wire is not going to go on her property?
The way they had it measured, it will be within the town right of way.
And I guess as the property owner, do you have any objection to our
I don't,
approving
but I
this?
worry about a plow coming because that wire could be disturbed by a plow.
Well, the wire's going to be on your house side of the pole. It won't be on the street side of the pole.
That means it'll be on our property.
Well, the town taking is a certain amount of feet off the edge of the pavement.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep everything within the town layout of the road. So technically, it would be the town that would have to give us permission. But that's the point in notifying the butters too, if you do have, any concerns or anything. The only thing I can tell you is I can have my engineer tell me how much of a lead, exactly where that anchor will be, how many feet away from the pole, and I can let you know that as well.
Okay. That'd be good.
So I hear you saying you're not opposed to our approving this.
No.
Because if we don't approve it, then they can't take it away from the tree. If they can't take it away from the tree, you can't remove the tree. So it needs to be done.
We'd like to have it done.
Okay. Is there any other public
The snowplow will take the pole before it takes the wire. Is that correct?
The pole?
Technically, that's
Okay.
correct. We hope it doesn't take anything.
That's what I hear it anyway.
The pole's going to be off the street. It's not going to be in the
guy wire
street.
behind it.
And the guide wire is going to be behind
So
it,
the plow will take the pole before it takes the wire.
if it's off the street, yes, if the plow goes
Okay.
off the street.
And our CMD director supports this and all of that, so it's all.
Is there any other public comment on this? All right, hearing none, we bring it back to the board. And there is a specific form of motion if you're inclined to approve
I
it.
am, and
So you need to,
I'll make the motion. I move to approve to allow Verizon New England and N-Star Electric to erect and maintain poles, wires, and cables together with anchors, guys, and other such sustaining and protecting fixtures as they may find necessary. Said poles to be erected substantially in accordance with the plan file herewith marked Verizon number 1AOEK1D dated October 15th, 2014. Dated October 16th, 2014.
I second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? It's a vote.
And I have to sign something, I guess, right, Paul?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have that motion back?
There's the motion back. We need to get Mr. Giammo back. Yes. Sean, could you open the door and get him back?
Hey, we don't screw around here.
Pick up, that's good, okay. We have next, I'll take the gavel back. The next thing we have is we going to budget development, Dave, or are we going to I thought we were going to do the workshops.
Yeah, the workshops right now.
Okay, good. So the next thing we have is a workshop.
I don't know
We're
what
going
order you
to
want.
want Barbara in here. So you want to ask Barbara to come in, somebody?
Diane, do you need this now?
Should sign it too.
It's just,
Oh, it's just signed by the clerk?
just me, as the clerk.
Pretty special.
It's one time.
Okay, so this, just for the public's information, this is a workshop session on Leland Farms, so we'll be having a discussion with town council and some others who are helping the town figure some things out here. It's not a public hearing, we're not taking testimony, we're not voting on anything, we're not, reviewing anything. This is simply a discussion, policy discussion. David, you want to sort of start this off, give us the background?
Yeah, Leland Farms, this all started with a discussion about the appointment on the Leland Farms Board of Trustees. There was originally a Sherborn Community Housing Corporation that was tasked with making that appointment, and they did for a number of years. Then it became defunct, and it's been up in the air on who really has the for sure legal authority to make the single-seat appointment to the Leland Farms Board of Trustees. So I think that's what we're here tonight with Town Council to talk about, is what we want to do with the Sherborn Community Housing Corporation, whether it's a limited revival, a full revival, or what the options are, in order that corporation can be revived, and then name the Board of Selectmen as the authority to make that appointment to the Leland Farms Board of Trustees.
Just to add to that, what I wanted to do was to have one more step, which is to secure the resignation of the current members of the board of the Community Housing Corporation, because they are not interested in keeping or preserving that corporation. But before they resign, secure their appointment of a replacement person to serve as the keeper, if you will, the custodian of the corporation. That was what was missing in the game plan here, was to effect that transition, because the current members want to dissolve the corporation permanently, as opposed to letting it lapse and be revivable at some future time.
So that's new, Paul. Could you just explain how that lapsing, rather than dissolving on a limited revival, you're talking a full revival with a transfer
I'm
of
actually
board?
just saying, revive it for a year, but instead of, the paperwork that was prepared said that they would actively wind up the affairs of the corporation and dissolve it. And I'm saying, instead of doing that, do that one-year stuff, replace them with one or more people who will be caretakers for that corporation, and then let the year end. Then it becomes revivable at any time if we file annual reports. But let it be available sort of on the shelf in case we want to do something.
And refresh my memory, I know we saw something from council about the corporation can serve other parcels of land, is that correct?
Well, it would be fairly easy, in my judgment, to get an amendment to the act that would allow it to operate in different parts of the town. It would be very hard to secure another waiver of competitive bidding and prevailing wage. That would be
What
very
are the
hard to
advantages of that? I guess I'm,
cost.
no, I understand, but you could do, I mean, what we're doing right now with the corporation, we're not spending any money on this property. So the use of, or the argument that competitive bidding or absence of the need to follow competitive bidding is worthwhile for a place that we're, unless we're able to move the corporation's ability to do business elsewhere, having it for the property down there in Leland Farms Woodland, we're not doing anything as a town.
I would say that's not correct, because if right now this applies to a former town forest section of land, 16 acres.
Yep.
And on that is Woodhaven, Leland Farms, and is going to be Abbey Road. And it is, one of the ideas I had was that perhaps this corporation should buy some of the one or more parts of Abbey Road to add to either Woodhaven or to Leland Farms as additional affordable housing for either seniors or for, but that's a debate for another time.
Yes,
But
yeah, that's all.
there are, and also if we wanted to expand Leland Farms, there is room to add additional, there is some expansion space available.
But you're
at
suggesting the
Leland Farms.
town might be funding under proper approvals by voters and so forth.
Yes, oh yes. We wouldn't do, just to prevent alarm and rumors from going around there. We're not planning
Anything.
anything.
Spending any money,
No.
yes.
The issue is, should we sort of keep this available in case something happens in the future? And if something was going to happen in the future, the voters would be involved. They would, if we were going to amend the statute, it would have to be a home rule petition voted at town meeting. If we were going to, just consider the Abbey Road project. Let's say, for example, the land they're giving us it isn't worth the same as the land we're giving them, and there's a delta, maybe that means that we get a unit.
I understand, yeah.
And so if we get a unit, do we want the town to own the unit, or would we want it to be held by this corporation? And if, all of this is hypothetical,
I understand.
just
So-
something that might come up.
So I guess for me, I still don't appreciate the value of the absence of competitive bidding, because I think that's a more transparent process and perhaps in the best interests of the taxpayers. The prevailing wage, I'm not smart enough about at this stage in terms of why that's a benefit or not, I can understand. But I think the key point you've made that bears a little bit further discussion is it's easier to amend the ability of this corporation to do stuff elsewhere than it is to create another corporation to do stuff elsewhere, in simple terms. Is that a fair, because I think I heard you say that, and I just want to be sure I'm understanding.
With the ability to be exempt from prevailing wage and competitive bidding. That's the part. You can create corporations all over the place.
All right.
It
So then,
is the exemption from all of these other costs. These other costs means that the project can be done at a lower cost. The net effect of all of these things that this corporation can tie into is the ability to be able to get more bang for the buck. And yes, there's advantages to competitive bidding, there's advantage to paying prevailing wage. That's a whole political discussion that is going on all the time, both at the State House and throughout the nation, actually. All I'm saying is, one of the things I've learned from being on the State Board of Medicine is the concept, do no harm. And when you have this corporation, if you keep it, you always have that option. If you dissolve it and it goes away, then you've done a little bit of harm because you don't have that option. And for example, the issue has come up that we need to have this corporation to appoint the trustee. But I recall signing a lot of papers with this corporation, and to review all of those papers and to say that there's nothing in there that we would ever need this corporation to do. That,
which
I wouldn't
differs from
feel-
council is what that differs from council's opinion?
that may, but, for example, the leases are 99 years that the Sherborn Community Housing Corporation entered into with the town, and it's sold it and so on. But what happens at the end of the 99 years?
But the town's the lessor, aren't they?
Right, and so it comes back to the town. Now suddenly we have the town owning this thing. Doesn't the town want to use this corporation again at the end of the 99 years?
We couldn't remember that this corporation existed for 10 years. How are we going to remember that it exists 70 years from now?
I've remembered it all the way along here.
All right, well, this is the first time it's come up, Paul. I mean, it's, we need something from them now, and we have two existing officers who are willing to sign and not willing to continue in office, and nobody's made a proposal about anybody else who stepped forward to say they'd do it. And there's also an I would ask town council to give us your opinion on that statute, but is it restricted to this particular corporation? Even assuming we had value, and I'm not sure I see the same value in the public bid exemptions, but even assuming we did, is it only this corporation that can exercise those? I didn't read that statute as being specific to a corporation.
Can we get town council on the microphone?
Yeah, please, Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Barbara St. Andre from Petrini and Associates. So I think we're talking about Chapter 279 of the Acts of 1995, and there's a whole series of special acts here. But this is the one that has the exemption from certain competitive bidding statutes. And this particular statute does not specifically refer to the Sherborn Community Housing Corporation. It refers to a nonprofit development corporation created for the purpose of providing affordable housing, which would include certainly Sherborn Community Housing Corporation. So SCHC would certainly fit the definition of the statute, but it's not specifically called out in this particular one. There are some earlier special acts that do refer specifically to SCHC, but this one does not.
And that one is the one that's also tied to this particular property, right?
Well, they're all tied to this particular
Okay,
property.
understood. But if
this is
this
the
was
one
to,
that
if
talks
this was
about
to
the
be
bidding.
amended for another piece of property, there's no reason you couldn't have another corporation organized to form affordable housing on a different corporation if you wanted to go, different property, if you wanted to go that
If you
direction.
could find somebody who would do that, who would form that corporation, yes, you could form another one. But, the issue here is, well, there are two issues. One is, we want to do something about the appointing authority for SCHC, and then the second issue is, do we want SCHC to continue in the event that, there could be other land that comes up or other situations that could arise?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the transfer of the appointing authority to the Board of Selectmen. I'm support that. The part that I'm giving pause to is the next step, which was to dissolve the corporation, wind up the affairs and dissolve the corporation. That's the part that I think creates a risk of harm. A, because there's all these papers out there, and God knows what else this corporation may be needed for, specifically because they were the ones with whom we contracted. And number two, there's another development that's going on this property that we're going to be conveying that's within the jurisdiction of this statute. And there is, my experience at the State House is that it would be relatively non-controversial to say additional pieces of property could be also included, but very hard and maybe impossible to get the kind of language that's presently in the statute. So I wouldn't want to do anything that would reduce that risk. So why dissolve it?
Because we don't have anybody who's stepped forward and said they want to be an officer, and we don't have a present purpose for this corporation?
I had offered to do it if nobody else did. And that invitation's been standing out there for 10 years.
Barbara, can we, if we did a limited revival and then decided we wanted to continue because we were able to get somebody to step forward, or, Paul goes into place and carries on with that, is that easily done?
I think,
Because it's one way or the other, is what I understand right now. And
right, well, I think if the aim is to keep SCHC in existence for an extended period of time, then simply reviving it is the way to
No,
go.
I'm saying one or more of us aren't there, don't feel that's the case. So the question is, if we go limited revival, and then we do come around to thinking that it makes sense to have it alive for an extended period of time, can we amend the limited revival or some such thing?
Well, theoretically, what you could do is you could then do a general revival.
Oh, at any time, basically.
Again, once it's dissolved under the statute, you can do a revival. It's unusual to do one of those after a limited revival, but I don't think there's anything illegal about it.
And it's costly, right? I mean, wouldn't you
Yeah,
have
you'd
to
have to do all the filings.
do all the filings at that point? Which means either the town or some private individual is going to have to come up with the money to do all those filings. I also, in terms of Abbey Road, Paul, Abbey Road is not, the developed part of Abbey Road is on private property. So this is not, to the extent you're talking about building something and getting an advantage out of building something, I guess I don't see the advantage you find for that. I don't see any advantage to having the corporation doing something on a piece of property that is not slated to have any development on it. None of those units are on the town forest.
I don't know that to be sure. Are you 100% sure?
Will the
I
town,
have no doubt.
did the town vote to give the developed part of the property? No,
Not where there's buildings, no,
Right,
but they
okay, well, that's
voted
it.
to authorize us to give a portion of the land that's within the district that this corporation has jurisdiction over
to the developer.
to the developer. Yes,
Well, to exchange,
with some kind of exchange, yes.
some form of exchange.
So I haven't seen final plans, number one.
Right,
Number
of
two,
land to be determined.
even if there isn't a building on there, would there be a septic system or a pipe or something for which the corporation may or may not be useful? All I'm saying is, are you 100% certain that there would never be a use for this corporation? I don't have that kind of-
I don't agree with your premise that that's the question, Paul, because I see this as something that could easily be, if you could figure out a reason you needed to do this on another piece of property, you could create another corporation to do it. I just don't see this as something that the town should have to worry about, this, ghost corporation that has some relationship to the town for years and years, that has nothing that it has to do other than file reports. And, I don't know if there are going to be individuals, maybe you're willing to pay to file those reports every year out of your pocket, and maybe you're willing to pay to revive the corporation fully and pay the back, the fees for the back reports. But I can tell you, I've talked to all the officers of this corporation now, none of them want to stay officers for any longer than a second after they assign that authority to the Board of Selectmen.
That's why we had worked out, I thought, originally, 10 years ago, whenever it was, that they were going to resign. And I believe they were going to file a change in the Board of Directors down to one. And they may have in fact done that.
Well, if they did, the Secretary of State doesn't know about it. And I'm not saying you're wrong, Paul. It may have been done, but it wasn't done correctly if it was done. Anybody else have any questions up here?
Any other advice there, Barbara?
I'm just, again, looking for direction from the board, whether we should, proceed with the limited revival, or do nothing, or...
I would say don't do nothing. I think everybody here wants to do a revival to have the
Appointing
appointing
authority
authority assigned.
Okay.
And I think one of the things that came out of last week's meeting was there was some concern by the existing officers that the direction of last week's meeting, or some of the discussion we had, following up on Paul's point, was something that was intended to put the brakes on the assigning of that authority, and at least from my standpoint, it's not. I have no indication to put the brakes on anything. I want to get the authority assigned over, and I frankly don't care what happens to the corporation after that, but I also am really leery of having a corporation out there that could cost the town money at some point. Others should weigh in.
Well, I'm not convinced of the need for anything but what you just described at this stage. I don't know if Barbara has any, as council recommendations or thoughts from the outside here as we struggle with this. I respect Paul's opinions and thoughts, but
I do too.
I gotta go with what I know, and what I know is we just have an immediate need, and I can't contemplate the other possibilities. And I don't know how all these special acts work.
Well, again, my recommendation has been that we need to revive the corporation in order to get the appointing authority turned over. And if all that, anybody's willing to do is a limited, that's fine, that's all we need to do that. And then, as has been said, what happens after that, whether somebody revives it again later, or what happens to it, but I think it is important to get that assignment accomplished in a way that is, every I is dotted and every T is crossed.
Yeah, so that's the other part of it, is if we wanted to revive it in the future because we've really come around to fully grasping the need or having a need, that's doable. So it's not a permanent end to this corporation if for some day we want to raise it up again.
I mean, this is a corporation also that the town facilitated, but it's not the town's corporation either.
That's correct.
There are private officers. They're free to make their own decisions about whether they want to assign the corporation to another individual who might want to continue it for some unknown purposes. My only hesitation with any of this would be if it involved the town in spending money, keeping track of an entity that has no current purpose. But if there's other good people in town who want to do that and see it through and be responsible for it, I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I think town council can proceed with the limited revival.
Yeah, I mean, is that enough direction, Corey, also from your standpoint? Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you.
Barbara. Thanks, George. What's our next item? Group Insurance Commissioner Chris Brown. It's like an audition for town council today, isn't it? You're all here for different. Yeah, exactly. Chris.
You're all looking good, too, by the way.
Can you take the mic?
Yeah, Chris, could you sit over there? You're up, actually. Sure. And David, you're going to give some background on this issue?
Yeah. The GIC is the Group Insurance Commission. It was formed by the state, I don't know how many years, it could be up to a decade ago almost. A lot of towns have moved to go into the GIC. There's a certain process where you would bargain out your existing health insurance with all your collective bargaining units, and then move into the Group Insurance Commission, who has basically they have their own contracts with health insurance companies, and towns move there for the intent of saving money, and it's usually significant amount of dollars in making that effort to move to the Group Insurance Commission. So there are a couple of ways that you can do that process, and that's why we need town council's advisory on what exactly needs to be done to at least start that process.
Yeah, so the legislature actually enacted some reforms to Chapter 32B, which is the statute around which municipalities can provide health insurance to their employees. Back in 2011, basically they added some options that towns could either do one of two things. You can transfer your employees, dependents, retirees into the GIC for coverage. You can also enact local plan design changes that are similar to the GIC plans. So there are, it isn't just an either or, you either go to the GIC or not. I mean, there are other options for towns as well. So there's three statutes, three sections of Chapter 32B that are relevant here. There's Section 21, which basically describes the process by which you implement either the transfer to the GIC or plan design changes. And then Section 22 deals with plan design changes. Section 23 deals with the actual transfer to the GIC. The process that you go through essentially is first the Board of Selectmen, which would be the appropriate public authority, as it's defined under the statute in a town, has to accept Section 21. Once you do that, you've accepted it. You can then do plan design changes or transfer to the GIC, or you don't have to. But you have to accept the statute first. And then once you do that, typically a municipality will work with an insurance consultant that will help you look at the current subscriber information, who's enrolled in what plans, and what you can do, either through plan design change to a GIC, what they call a GIC lookalike plan, or going to the GIC itself to help you try to determine what your potential savings could be. And then there's a very, it's supposed to be streamlined, and it's supposed to, be limited collective bargaining, because there is an entity called the Public Employee Committee that kind of forms for the purposes of this process. In a community that hasn't, Sherborn has not accepted Section 19 of Chapter 32B, so you don't have a public committee right now, employee committee right now. So really what happens now is you have the units that are organized that are in unions, you bargain the insurance with them as part of their actual CBA. But this takes that out of that process, where essentially the GIC, if you transfer to the GIC, they determine what your insurance is. They determine, including what co-pays are, what coverage is included, what network you have, et cetera. And the only thing that's left to the employees in the CBAs is the percentage of premium contribution between the town and the employee, and things like flexible spending accounts. And then part of the transfer process is the savings that the community will realize in the first 12 months after a transfer to the GIC, or the first 12 months after local plan design change. You have to share part of that with the employees. That's kind of the trade-off for getting this streamlined process through the statute. The statute caps that savings at 25%, and typically what you see is a community will just go to 25% because you have this limited bargaining window, but if you can't reach agreement with the Public Employee Committee at the end of a 30-day bargaining window that you have, then you go to what's called the Health Insurance Review Panel. It's essentially management, labor, and an impartial neutral. And they'll look at the proposal by the town. They'll look at the PEC, what their objections are to it, and typically what they may question is the degree of savings that you're estimating. They may disagree with how you project the employees to migrate. If we transfer into the GIC, the plans may be different. So, the town, its consultant may determine that X number of employees are going to go to this PPO or this HMO plan, and they may disagree about that. And the disagreement ultimately boils down to what the savings really are going to be. So that's something that's usually argued at the panel. And also, something that could be argued at the panel would be the mitigation plan. And essentially, you're saving, or you're sharing that savings from the first year of transfer with them. And then there's always a question of what do you do with that? There's lots of different things that you can do. You can do a premium holiday, for instance. You can set up something called a health reimbursement account or health reimbursement arrangement where certain out-of-pocket expenses get reimbursed to the employee. So essentially you create an account for the community with that savings. Oops, sorry. And as that account goes down, the employees can submit claims for reimbursement, and then eventually the funds are used up, and you've got no other there's no other obligation owed to the employees. Then once those savings are used up, they don't get more, for instance. So, but if you do the plan design change, each time you do that, you have to share the savings from that iteration of doing plan design change. It's a pretty complex process, and what makes it more complex is administration and finance basically created the regulations after the statutes were put in place. And it's a virtual landmine of like notices and this many days, that many days. So it's a step process. And I actually I have a flow chart. I don't think you've got this before, but let's give this to. So. The place where you start in this chart is at there's a diamond at the top center of the chart, and it starts with you, the selectmen voting to accept Section 21. If you say no, you go back. You're in this basically in what you're in now, where CBAs you negotiate health insurance benefits through individual unions. There's also an annual reporting requirement. I don't know how many communities are actually doing that. I think the idea was for the state to say, okay, well, you're not using our process. You could be saving X amount of money, but you're not. If you do vote to accept it, as I said, you want to evaluate your health insurance coverage, determine your 12-month savings after either doing plan design changes or transferring your subscribers to the GIC. And there's a committee, the Insurance Advisory Committee, which you may have right now in your town, you may not. Not every town has one. But essentially, you'll find when you look at the statute and who's in it, it's basically the PEC, the same thing that you're going to create as you go through the process. It's essentially the representative from each union and a retiree representative, which is appointed by the Board of Selectmen. So this committee of employees and the one retiree representative meets with the town to discuss the savings. Basically, this is a question and answer period. Why are you forecasting these people to move here, et cetera? What are the savings? Just more of a dialogue. You're not really bargaining at this point. After that happens, and again, there's a window set for it. It's like a 10-day window that you have to meet with this committee. You can decide to implement plan design changes or transfer to the GIC, and then notices get sent, and then there's a 30-day window when you have to bargain with the Public Employee Committee. If you reach an agreement, great, you file it with the Secretary of Administration and Finance, and then changes can be implemented if you're doing plan design change within a 60 to 90-day window. If you're going to go to the GIC, they basically have 2 times per year where they transfer subscribers from communities, July and January, and there's a deadline for each one. You have to notify the GIC that you're transferring subscribers by July 1st for an effective January 1st transfer, and by December 1st for a July 1st transfer. And when you notify them, you have to be through the process. So my general thought on it is you want to give yourself about 4 months from when you get into the process itself to make sure that you get through it with time to spare, so you're not going through a time crunch trying to catch up at the end, because it can get pretty hectic, especially if you're going to go to a panel, which would be, you don't have a window, you don't have an agreement with the PEC, then it goes to this health insurance review panel, and basically they can review what happened in the bargaining, but what they can do is very limited. They can basically say, okay, town, you didn't calculate the savings correctly, go back and start over again. Or they can say, if you didn't share 25% of the savings with the employees, they can bump it up to 25%. They could also say, your mitigation proposal to use the savings, we don't like it, do this instead. But they can't require you to share more than 25% of the savings with the employees. So that's basically the process. There are a couple of other wrinkles and unique things to Sherborn that would make this a little bit more complicated. You have a regional school district at the, I think the middle school or high school level on up, and you have elementary school that is just in the town. But the units for those schools are all under one agreement. Okay, so that's one complicating factor. Another complicating factor is that within those units, compared to town units, there's a different contribution rate, premium contribution rate. Technically, that's not supposed to happen. 32B, Section 7A. If you're going to pay more than 50% of the premium for your employees, it has to be at the same rate for everybody. That means individuals and health and family are supposed to pay the same rate, and that's another issue with other units. What's that?
I said, let's not talk about that right.
Okay, all right. So, and there's a variety of issues that I would talk with the board about if this was a road you wanted to go down.
So Chris, a couple things. Well, first you said this was something the selectmen can do. I assume that means, usually when you draft a statute, it's town meeting. This does not require a town meeting vote?
Correct. The process is driven by the appropriate public authority, which in a town is the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
So it does not involve town meeting.
And you talked about the timing, so presumably if we wanted to do this, we should start early enough to be able to be done by July 1.
Correct. If you wanted to be able to transfer employees in by January 1st.
Of the following year.
Correct. But if you want to do local plan design change, there's no such timeline. It's just that once you reach the agreement, you have to give the employees 60 days notice before the actual changes take effect.
Okay. And then you just mentioned some complicating factors, and are those, in your view, are those obstacles that are not solvable, or are they just factors that we have to bear in mind if we were going to move in a particular direction?
They're solvable.
Okay.
Well, just to emphasize that when you are embarking on this process, we can choose not to complete the process and instead reach a collective bargaining agreement that makes plan changes and drop the rest of the process. So we
Correct.
could, and you see many communities do that, that they
Yep, exactly.
essentially compromise the result with just amendments to the collective bargaining agreement. And the other part is that the school bargaining units would have to participate in this process, even though they're on a different employer, if you will, and even that they have a different contribution rate than the town. For us to do this, we can't exclude them from the process. They are in the process. So they become a complicating factor just from their presence, given the size, and their stake in this is pretty substantial. So they, but we don't need agreement across the board with all these unions to implement the statutory scheme. But if we're going to implement something short, we need the buy-in from the school unions along with all the other unions. And it really is supposed to be the same for everybody across the board, which is going to be practically difficult to achieve when you have different contribution rates.
Well, is part of the complication also that Dover has to be part of something too if they're part of the school region?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think there's a way that the CBAs could be divided into different units.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's a way, but the reality of the school system, the way it operates, is that wouldn't be practical. You are going to have a problem here. It's not so much Dover as it is the regional school committees are going to be impacted, and then they're going to have a problem where those employees will be treated differently than Dover employees.
No, that was my point, yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
there-
Dover would have to, at some point, it would get to a stone wall, hard stop, where Dover would have to choose either the Sherborn way of having everybody at a different contribution rate and kind of ignore the law, or they would actually obey the law. And then that means they'd have to get all of their employees on board with the same process.
But we don't really even know where this is going to go. Even if we commence the process and accept Section 21 in the diamond, it's the evaluation is really the key to see what the real cost savings may be.
But there was a draft evaluation.
There was a
That's
draft
right.
evaluation that needs to be updated, and I would say, in talking with council, that we should bring in somebody from outside that...
No, so just when you say that, what was in the pack, at least mine, missed the key page, which was, because I have, when Pete and Hoagland did this initially, there's the West Suburban Health Group rate saver compared to the GIC, and that savings sheet isn't in this packet we all got. And that was a preliminary, that was his analysis done as of a year ago, and it was a $215,000 savings in the lower right corner compared to the first page in your packet, which shows $158,000, where he was comparing the West Suburban Health Group benchmark plan to the GIC.
One
Which is
of
a
the
separate
things that
plan.
has changed since then is that people are pulling out of the West Suburban system.
Yes.
So
Well-
Westwood is pulled out, and Ashland is pulled out.
Right.
And there may be more that are going to be pulled out, and so at some point, a consortium of communities ends up being Sherborn.
Well, yeah.
Because everybody else is going these different routes.
Yeah, I think one of the keys is that, we were faced with a 14% increase this coming year in the health.
Yeah, I don't know what advisory's
Insurance
budgeted,
costs.
but we've
Well, I
called
can
more
tell
than
you,
15.
having spent far too much of my life involved in the teacher contract negotiations in that process, which was successful, the core of it was the concept of total compensation, and in the total compensation was included the cost of health care. And in the assumptions used of the total compensation, and what the deal was that we ultimately wound up with, was an assumption of 7% increases. So right there, we know there's going to be budget pressure challenges for the schools because the cost assumptions didn't provide for a 14% increase. So to me, we have to start down the road, not knowing where we might wind up, but at least we're speculating at this stage of the game.
I think the last two communities I've been in, we started down the road. In Weston, we made the switch to the GIC. In Framingham, we started it, and then it didn't go, but now they've gone.
Framingham's done, we've been through the process twice there. They did plan design change when the reforms were first made, and then last year they did a transfer to the GIC.
I know it's out of scale. Do you remember what the number was in the first year of savings?
The savings? I think they were around 3 million to 4 million.
I was going to say, in Weston, it was $1.5 million the first year of savings, and then a percentage of that went directly back to the employees. So in Sherborn, I would easily say that it would be that, at minimum, that 200.
And that's just for sure, but that's not our share of any cost savings that we might realize from the region's budget.
Right.
So it'd probably be, you could probably assume a doubling of that number if those savings were realized at the region.
Yeah, and to Paul's point about the regional school district, I mean, there are vehicles in this process for joint government entities to go through the process. I've never done that, but it's something that is provided for in the statute. So, whether that can be done politically or not, I don't know, but it is an option.
And David, you're recommending a consultant, is that correct?
Yeah,
to do it right.
I wasn't looking for you guys to decide which way to go this evening, but I would just like to be tasked with town council to go out, seek a consultant, talk to them, and at least get an estimate so you know what a consultant would cost to walk through this whole process with us.
Should we put this on a future agenda, maybe in 2 weeks or 4 weeks? For
discussion of these
you to have
options?
that, yeah, well, for you to have the information for us about a consultant.
Yeah.
And to make a decision at that point. We've said this is a workshop, so we wouldn't be making any decisions, but
Right.
if everybody's in agreement that we should at least start
Bring that
gathering the
information
information
back.
and
Yeah.
come back and put it on a later agenda.
Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
Okay.
There's an advantage to joining the GIC because it's a state-run program. And recently, there was a supplemental budget that the General Court adopted, and I was looking through there, and they have an appropriation to the GIC from the tax base. So you have the state actually appropriating money from their general fund to support the GIC. If you're not part of the GIC, you don't get the benefit of that appropriation.
Yeah, the opposition will also raise that as a concern. How long can we depend on the state to bail out the GIC? That's what they bring up. But, I think to me, it's more of an initial investment by the state to, start up and
Fund its growth.
Yeah,
and
keep
all,
it,
right?
keep it leveraged.
But we don't have the state contributing at all
No.
to Sherborn. So there's what's that Wayne Gretzky's quote, if you lose 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
With the GIC, at least you have a shot at getting some, as history has been, there's been state money used to support it. No state money has ever supported Sherborn's health costs.
And if you do end up in the GIC, then it's basically you're negotiating your health insurance with that public employees committee.
Well, if you don't have a public employee committee when the process starts, the public employee committee that you go through the process actually dissolves when the process is over. And like I said, there are some considerations. Everyone has to go in at the same contribution level. So essentially that premium contribution rate ratio between the town and the employees is one of the things that's still on the table, kind of outside of what the GIC decides about health insurance. So you can still negotiate changes to the premium contribution. Again, but you're statutorily, through this process and elsewhere in 32B, you're supposed to keep that rate the same for everyone.
And then your minimum commitment once you go on the GIC, is it 3 years or 5 years?
It's, you can withdraw at 3 or 6 year intervals.
And then you have to come out to an equivalent plan that existed before you went in or something. some
Right,
condition
there are,
like that.
yeah.
And to the extent we go to a less expensive plan of some sort, that has ramifications of reducing our OPEB liability, our debt for health benefits for retarees.
Right, right.
All right, so let's move on to the next topic, I think. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, go ahead. We'll take a, whatever, 5-minute recess. While Chief sets up his presentation.
Thank you. Has an office here.
Brings in his guest lecturers and everybody else.
Mike. Just like the beaver.
do anything unless the cameras are rolling. All right, we're back. And thank you, Chief Thompson. You're here with some of your officers to talk about the liquor policy. This is another workshop item. The more general topic we have is a topic concerning functions on public property and the use of alcohol in those functions, and it spills over into a discussion also of policy with the community center. So I think unless David has another idea about this, we can hear from Chief Thompson and then maybe get some feedback from other people and go from there. And we did have we had some proposed language that David did circulate to the board. Do you pronounce that at all, David? I think you circulated it to the community center also?
It was in the handout. I don't think I sent it to the community center.
No. I'd asked if you could send it to the chief and the community center. They haven't seen it, or?
The chief, I reviewed it with the chief, but
Okay.
I hadn't sent it to the community center yet.
Well, I think part of the problem was that me, you, and Frank Hoke were supposed to meet and sit down and kind of go over
Right.
policy.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. But, we're not making any decisions tonight, Rick, so this is more an interim process anyway. I think that meeting could still happen.
Yeah, that was just a timing
Yeah,
sheet
sure.
trying to put together this week.
Okay, so Chief, thanks for coming in and for the presentation and for wading through all these interesting events beforehand.
Very interesting events, yes. So obviously, most people know Lieutenant David Bento. He's been an employee of the police department for well over 25 years. And then here's Ben Stickney, Officer Ben Stickney, who looks like, I don't know, a 15-year-old with a goatee. And he's turning real red as we're speaking.
We're working very difficult on this.
Before we even start, do you want to explain why I allowed you to have facial hair? Because we don't allow this, by the way, but...
Special exception for the month of November for raising awareness for men's health. So,
Oh, great.
The guys got together and made a team and made some donations towards men's health and cancer research for the month. So, it will be gone December 1st, unfortunately.
And that was only for the collective bargaining group. That wasn't for the non-collective bargaining group.
We'll take this out.
We'll take this out. So for the purposes of this discussion, I made several inquiries of my peers across the state, and I've received quite a bit of feedback, and I wanted to clear up some misinformation from our last meeting on October 1st. I was told at some point in my career never to read directly from a PowerPoint, but I think for the purposes of this discussion, and so people at home can truly understand what we're talking about, I am going to read directly from my slides. So, in an attempt to correct misinformation and identify how communities handle matters involving the distribution of alcohol on municipally owned property and at private venues, I utilized the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association email distribution system and contacted chiefs directly by telephone. This is an actual copy of the email I sent to Mass Chiefs. It says, inquiry from Chief Richard R. Thompson III, Sherborn Police Department. Chiefs, I'm requesting information from chiefs on what criteria they use in determining when to advise the licensing authority of their individual community on requiring a detail assignment at events where alcohol is being served to include private functions, for example, weddings, family celebrations, birthday parties, etc. Additionally, how has this issue been handled when the venue is a publicly owned building? And I asked that each chief send me a direct email. So what you'll see in some of these slides are actual cut and pasted responses from chiefs. And then there's some slides where I had personal communications, usually by telephone with other chiefs. Additionally, I reviewed towns identified as comparative towns during the Town Governance Committee's presentation to special town meeting on transitioning from a 3-member Board of Select Persons to a 5-member Board of Select Persons, and contacted each chief of police respectively. Those are the towns that participated in my inquiry. There's several of them there. I think we counted 29. What was the last count? 28? So I put the slide together alphabetically. So the first response is from the town of Acton, and it was a response from Chief Frank Woodmayer. It says, Chief, the policy for many years here has been that we do not supply officers on details for parties where alcohol is served for immediate consumption. That applies to restaurants, bars, weddings, etc. We will allow package store details. On town property, the same policy applies, except that we may require detail officers for parking issues. Generally, my advice to the Board of Selectmen granting permits for one-day alcohol service is that they require a tips-certified bartender if there are 50 or more guests. I hope that answers your questions. The next slide is actually from Chief Fred Ryan of the town of Arlington. Working with town council, the following became requirements. All applications must be reviewed and signed off by the department, the chief, prior to going before the licensing authority. Applicants must show that bartenders are at least 20 years of age, and each point of sale must have at least one bartender present and supervising at all times and have tip certification. Safety and security plan for emergency evacuations, dealing with unruly patrons, parking and traffic, and preventing sale to minors. If attendance is over 150 patrons, 1 detail officer is required, 2+ detail officers for attendance over 300. The aforementioned requirements apply to events on town-owned property, but not at a private event such as a wedding with a, quote, open bar. Section 12C caters licenses issued by the ABCC only require notification to the chief of police 48 hours in advance of the event. Again, that was from Chief Fred Ryan. The town of Ashland, I spoke with Chief Craig Davis. They do not allow the service of alcohol on any town-owned property. Requiring detail assignments for events involving the service of alcohol are at the discretion of the licensing authority with input from the chief of police. The chief of police will require a detail assignment based on specific criteria to include the number of patrons, type of event, past issues at the specific venue, and potential issues involving minors. Next, I received a direct email from the chief in Ayer. This is Chief Bill Murray, and we actually had a laugh at that because I thought it was from Saturday Night Live. Dear Chief Thompson, here in Ayer, we do not require a detail for private or public events simply because alcohol will be present. In fact, we see a possible liability issue for the town should a participant of such an event were to drive away drunk and either kill or seriously hurt another, and the detail officer failed to stop them. For this reason, I, as did my predecessors, will not even authorize officers to work bar details. Depending on the public event, we may require a detail for crowd control, whether alcohol is present or not. Hope this helps. The City of Beverly, Chief, right now I can order any establishment that has a license to hire an officer to maintain their license. I have a couple of bars coming before the liquor board that I may order. Right now, any one-day license issued by the city has to have a firefighter if there is over 50 guests. They have to hire an officer if there would be a traffic problem due to the event. This happens at one of the colleges several times a year. The town of Bolton, I spoke directly with Chief Vin Alfano. They do not have a town policy. However, the unwritten rule is to not allow the service of alcohol on town property. If there were any requests for one-day pouring licenses, the chief of police would have input with the Board of Selectmen as the licensing authority. If there were any issues at a venue where alcohol is served, the chief of police would require a detail assignment. The town of Boxborough, no written town policy, but they handle matters on a case-by-case basis. They have allowed events where wine was served at the town library. Type of event would dictate chief's input to the Board of Selectmen specific to hiring a detail. And he'd require a detail assignment if the department had experienced issues at a specific venue. The town of Canton, they have no written town policy. The Board of Selectmen as licensing authority handle liquor permitting with input from the chief. The chief is not aware of any events held on town property where alcohol was served. Described a few incidents where police response was required to private functions to include a wedding. Required a detail for a baby shower when department learned concerns about participants. And he handles alcohol matters on a case-by-case basis.
Those baby showers, you know, those babies get out of control very fast.
Well, there's a lot more to the story, as usual. The town of Carlisle. Town policy on alcohol permitting is held at the clerk's office. The Board of Selectmen, as licensing authority, provides chief with a sign-off form. The chief provides input to the Board of Selectmen, and he also is not aware of any issues where a detail would have been required. The town of Chatham. The Board of Selectmen is licensing authority and requests chief's input for events where alcohol is served. No town policy, however, unwritten rule. Decisions made on a case-by-case basis. Chief requires detail for events where alcohol is served on public property with support from the Board of Selectmen. The Town of Cohasset, no written town policy. The Board of Selectmen is licensing authority who requests chief's input specific to detail assignments. They review applications on a case-by-case basis. The chief recalled the request for a one-day pouring license on town property for a wine and cheese event, and town council advising against that practice. Has required detail assignments for venues where issues have called for police action. And this is, that last part is going to be critical of discussion later, but they also paid for a private consultant to educate his command staff and appropriate town officials on the law specific to the serving of alcohol. The Town of Easton, this chief actually sent a copy of their policy, and I'll just read the top because I don't think the second part really says anything different than the first part, but basically it says, procedure involving one-day liquor licenses. If the person requesting information about a detail officer has applied for a one-day liquor license from the Town of Easton, the chief of police may order that a detail be hired in accordance with the Board of Selectmen's policy. It goes on to say, how the chief can delegate that authority to his deputy chief and, down the line. The Town of Easton, no alcohol permitted on town property, no written policy. The chief provides input to the Board of Selectmen on pouring licenses. The chief reviews on a case-by-case basis. Would require detail assignment if venue experienced past issues. The Town of Fairhaven. This is actually one of the more interesting ones and one of the policies that I really like, to be frank. Chief Thompson, here in Fairhaven, the town has adopted a licensing permit that requires any such venue to apply for a third-party permit before allowing such event. Prior to the permit being issued, it must be reviewed and approved by our department. I have a sergeant who reviews each permit and makes a determination in his sole opinion as to whether and how many officers are needed. He makes his determination by doing background on the type of function, how many people, alcohol, etc. This includes calling the applicant and having a conversation with them if needed. This is not a perfect solution, but it has helped. We still have venues that tell everyone to put it's a baby shower thinking we won't look into it. However, it is usually obvious when it's scheduled from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. with alcohol and live band. We make it perfectly clear that we will look into the event while it is going on, and if it is not what was applied for, we shut the event down immediately. If you have any questions, give me a call. The Town of Framingham, which I'm pretty familiar with. No town policy, however, alcohol not served on town property. The rental application for town hall requires party to, quote, initial here to confirm that you understand alcohol cannot be served. The Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and require chief's input specific to issues involving alcohol service. Chief would require a detail assignment where past issues have occurred. The chief reviews on a case-by-case basis. The Town of Hamilton. Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and request chief's input specific to detail assignments at venues where alcohol is to be served. No town policy, however, the unwritten rule is that any event with the number of patrons to exceed 100 requires a detail, including weddings. Chief has discretion when determining number of detail officers needed at an event based on a case-by-case analysis. Town of Harvard. The Board of Selectmen are licensing authority who include chief in decisions specific to venues where alcohol is served. The town policy/bylaw requires police detail for events hosting more than 100 patrons. Chief worked with the local event coordinator at a private function hall called the Fruitlands, where weddings are held often. They decided jointly that an officer wearing a suit and tie would perform detail assignments. Chief would require detail at venues where past issues have warranted police action. The Town of Lincoln. No town policy, unwritten rule that any event where alcohol is being served and the number of patrons is 75 requires detail assignment. Servers must be tips or equivalent certified. Caterers licensed by the ABCC are required to follow law and notify chief of police in writing 48 hours in advance of the event. The chief would require detail assignment at a venue if the department experienced issues requiring police response. The Town of Littleton. No alcohol allowed on town property. The Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and request input from chief on matters involving alcohol service. The chief would require detail assignment if the department experienced issues at a venue requiring police response. City of Milford. This was a direct email from Chief O'Laughlin.
All one-day licenses require review by the police chief and other town officials to determine, among other things, the need for police details. The BO of S, I'm hoping he means Board of Selectmen, just approve a new application for these licenses that is thorough. Any event in a public building or venue with alcohol requires a police detail. Town of Millis, no town policy, unwritten rule that alcohol not served on town property. Based on case-by-case analysis, details assignments may be assigned to wedding events which are held at the local country club. The Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and involved chief in decisions specific to events where alcohol is to be served. The chief would require a detail at venue if past incidents required police response. The Town of Natick, no alcohol served on town property per town policy. Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and request input from chief on matters involving alcohol service. Chief would require a detailed assignment based on case-by-case analysis and/or past incidents at a venue that required police response. The Town of Provincetown. This was actually from the lieutenant, who was the acting chief in Provincetown. Good afternoon, Chief. In Provincetown, the local liquor licensing authority generally makes a police detail one of the conditions on the face of the one-day special liquor or entertainment permit. For town-owned buildings, the Board of Selectmen made a regulation which I have included below. It says Town Hall. Public use of Town Hall auditorium with over 100 anticipated attendees requires a special duty police detail subject to the police chief's discretion. He underlined, this detail must be scheduled the entire time the event is open to the public. Arrangements should be made directly with police headquarters and confirmed to the custodian in charge. All details must be scheduled prior to approval of application for Town Hall use. And it goes on to explain how they have to pay. Town of Rockport. Chief, this is all I was able to... about that. Chief, this is all I was able to come up with from the Town Administrator's Office and Board of Selectmen for answers to that particular question. Number one, there's nothing in the reg specifically that addresses allowing at public buildings. Debbie, I don't know who Debbie is, tells me that the community house was not functional when they wrote the reg, so it was not listed there. Two, the only portion in the I'm assuming he means alcohol regulations that requires a police detail is for one-day alcohol licenses. It does not address parties, functions like the holiday party, etc. The Town of Rowley. The Board of Selectmen and licensing authority include chief in decisions specific to service of alcohol. No written town policy or restrictions. Chief would require alcohol served to be tip certified and would review events on a case-by-case basis to decide if a detail assignment were required. The Town of Stowe. No town policy on serving alcohol on town property. Have allowed retirement parties where alcohol is served on town-owned property. Board of Selectmen are licensing authority and request chief's input specific to detail assignments. The chief and town have working relationship with the country clubs in town where weddings are often held and a detail is assigned to those venues. Chief would require a detail assignment if there were past issues at any venue where alcohol was served. The Town of Walpole, direct email from Chief Stillman. Chief, as far as the town issuing one-day liquor licenses for weddings, special events, etc., I oppose anything that is youth-oriented. Weddings and events that are adult-oriented but underage people will likely be present, I insist the license holder maintain responsibility for proper service. The officer, if present, is there for traffic only. He will not be responsible for any part of the proper service of alcohol, but will take action against those responsible for any violations. The chief from Watertown, Ed DeVoe. Chief, we review all one-day liquor permits and recommend a certain amount of officers based on the number of people expected to attend. Town of West Brookfield. Good afternoon, Chief. Generally, it depends on what the liquor license says for private facilities, and any time a temporary permit is issued for public space, we require a detail. We have the Salem Cross Inn in town that does large weddings. Their permit encompasses part of their parking lot, and we have never required them to have a detail. Ye Old Tavern in the center of town has been required on a couple of occasions to hire detail officers when holding outdoor events in the parking lot. Their permit is for the building only, and as such, we have required them to have a detail. Otherwise, for private property, we have left it up to the owner as to whether or not they wish a detail. Anytime we have a public space gathering where alcohol is allowed or being sold, we require the sponsor to hire at least one detail officer. An example would be this weekend's Lions Club Harvest Festival. In this case, because there's a beer tent, I make them hire 2 officers, one to work the event proper and one to work the beer tent. I included in this slide, and by the way, I'll make this presentation available on our website, Chapter 138, Section 12C. I actually highlighted a few things that are critical to some of the issues that have been ongoing, particularly at the Sherborn Community Center. In particular, a licensee under this section shall purchase all alcoholic beverages for resale from a wholesaler licensed pursuant to this section. It goes on to how much insurance liability they must maintain. And it goes on to say that prior to 48 hours before the start of a catered event where alcoholic beverages shall be served, a caterer licensed under this section shall provide written notice of the event to the police chief and the local licensing authority. The Alcohol Beverage Control Commission Licensing Division, local licensing authority approval only, special license, also known as a one-day license. The local licensing authorities may issue special licenses for the sale of wines and or malt beverages to any enterprise. However, special licenses for the sale of all alcohol beverages may be issued to nonprofit organizations only. The local licensing authorities cannot grant special licenses to A, any person for more than a total of 30 days per calendar year, B, to any person that has an on-premises license application pending before it, C, any premises that has an alcoholic beverages license. Special licensees must purchase alcoholic beverages from a licensed supplier. Special licensees cannot purchase alcoholic beverages from a package store and cannot accept donations of alcoholic beverages from anyone. That means if somebody is on a one-day license, they can't leave the premises and go purchase alcohol. And they can't bring their own private alcohol into the event. The Alcohol Beverages Control Commission, ABCC, frequently asks questions for the 12C caterer's license. And I won't go through what it says at the beginning. It just refers to when the law came into effect. But the question is, the police are concerned with security in the 48-hour time frame required for notice. For example, if a caterer decides to hold an event with 500 people and they inform the police 48 hours before the event, but say it is a holiday weekend like New Year's Eve, and there are no more police details available, but the police think there should be security at the event, what can the local licensing authority do at that point with such short notice? And I know this is a concern when we spoke on October 1st. And the answer from the ABCC is the municipal police retain their existing law enforcement authority over the owner of the property and the host of the private event. The attorney for the city or town should be consulted for advice on the scope of this law enforcement authority. So after digesting all this information and speaking with my peers, I came up with several of my recommendations, which I'm going to share. Number one, we should develop a town policy specific to serving alcohol on town-owned property to include potential 12C catering issue with guidance from town council. Number two, hire a knowledgeable consultant to educate persons responsible for oversight and licensing. That to me is critical. It's my understanding that the community center has been relying on the opinion of a town hall employee that's not a licensed attorney in their interpretation of certain laws. We seriously need to educate people about this issue. It's a very serious issue, and frankly, I think we as a community failed that particular person. It's not fair to expect somebody to, help and guide and not give them the proper training. Number three, require a community center to develop policy that protects the town. Number four, require laws to be followed. Number five, review requests for one-day liquor permits on a case-by-case basis, including input from the Board of Selectmen as the licensing authority, the police chief, and the fire chief. And number six, communicate.
Okay, thank you. And Frank, I don't know if you saw, David had drafted up a policy which was tweaked a little in discussions with me, and I think he had the chief's input. I had asked him to send it to you, but I'm not sure you did get it.
We just gave it to him.
Gave it
He
to
doesn't
him.
have time to review it.
Of course not. Yeah, no, I would have watched that slideshow instead. I read this too. That was pretty good. I can maybe read through this, David. Do you think? Does that make sense? Just to put something on the table, which is the thought was maybe we needed a couple of policies, but one concerning alcohol on town properties and the other concerning private events at the community center. Specifically, the one for private events at the community center, and again, this is just language for discussion. and, you know, could need changing or input or whatever. But this gets at the policy question that the chief just raised. The town administrator, in consultation with town council, shall review internal operating policies and procedures, including contract forms used by Sherborn Community Center Foundation, in order to ensure that the town is properly protected against liability risks associated with private events held at the community center. The review shall take place annually on the anniversary of the community center lease with the town of Sherborn, and at any time that the community center advises that it intends to change its policies, procedures, or forms. The director of the Sherborn Community Center should inform the town administrator immediately when there's a proposed change in community center policies, procedure, and renter forms. And then the operating policies and procedures of the community center should inform potential renters for private events that a police detail may be required for wedding receptions where alcohol will be served or consumed, and should make potential renters aware of the estimated cost of such a detail should one be required. And we may, you know, want to collectively change that in light of some of the chief's recommendations. And the other draft policy, again, these would be potentially selectmen policies. The other draft policy would address consumption of alcohol on town-owned property or in a town-owned building. And it, as drafted, it says, no alcohol may be consumed on town-owned property or in a town-owned building except in compliance with the following requirements. 1, the Board of Selectmen votes at a duly posted meeting to issue a one-day liquor license. 2, the application for such license shall be in the name of a licensed caterer that has provided proof of adequate insurance coverage, naming the town as additional insured, as verified by town administrator. 3, the application for such license must be received at least 10 days in advance of the event, and copies of the application provided at the same time to the chief of police and the fire chief. 4, the fire chief, police chief, and other interested town officials shall have the right to recommend to the Board of Selectmen that restrictions be placed on the event due to the type of event, size of the event, location of the event, or time of day of the event, but the Board of Selectmen shall have final decision on whether to impose a recommended restriction on the one-day license. And 5, the applicant or a duly authorized representative must be present at the Board of Selectmen meeting to answer questions or concerns before any action will be taken on the application. So I guess I put those out there just for further input and discussion and on the board and then from the audience.
Can I make some comments?
Yeah, absolutely.
First, I should disclose that I'm town council to some of the communities that are listed there, and some of the stuff actually refers to stuff that I've done for other towns. Second, all that discussion about alcohol being on public property, most of that does not apply to this situation at all, because what we've done here is that we have public property, but we leased it to a private party. So we were following a model that arises out of the concession at Jetty's Beach. You might know that from being in Jetty's Beach. When you have a lease of public property to a private operator, it is legally not considered public property to that extent. It's considered private property. The concession at Jetty's Beach was for a restaurant bar. It's not a publicly operated restaurant and bar. It's entirely a private operation. It's considered a private operation. It's considered taxable, even though it's on public land. All of these things follow. And we have leased this to a private organization that happens to be a non-profit organization, a foundation. And why did we do that? We did that. There's a whole history of an historic building that needed to be salvaged. It was in not very good shape. This community wrestled with, do we dispose of the building? Do we demolish the building? Do we sell it? Or do we try to preserve it? So we came up with this model of leasing it to a group that would collect donations and have private events to raise money to maintain this building. And so there were a couple of implications that flow from that. The first is to have private events, you have to be competitive. You have to be out there attracting people to come to your event. And when a bride is picking a venue, it turns out that price and the presence of a police officer in the midst of the event turns out to have market impact. And because of that, from almost the beginning, there was a discussion with the Sherborn Police Department about this, and there was an agreement that, in general, the police department would not require police details at the Sherborn Community Center. And that's been the way it was for 20 years, 30 years. I don't want to show my age.
Could I interject briefly?
No, could I finish, please?
Sure.
I let you go.
Sure.
So this idea of police details at the Sherborn Community Center is, for weddings in particular, is kind of a new idea. There have been police details for events with kids, and the Sherborn Community Center people who are here can talk about the times that they've asked for police. But one of the factors back when this was all being set up was the fact that the police station is in close proximity to the Sherborn Community Center. It is essentially a stone's throw away. It's part of the municipal campus. Another point I would make is that in my own experience as a town council and advising chiefs on issues like this, I've discovered that oftentimes many police officers don't know the alcohol rules. You saw a slide up there that town council recommended special training. That special training was for police officers, and that town council was me. There is a lot of arcane detail about alcohol and alcohol rules that even police officers don't know. I don't know the level of training of Sherborn police officers, and this isn't a comment or a criticism about
Oh, it is, but you can continue.
Those officers. But at the last time this was discussed, I had heard that, I thought from the chief, that he wanted details pretty much at every wedding, and it was my position that it should be on a case-by-case basis based on particular facts of the particular event. And so I'm gratified to see that in the survey, virtually every town agreed with the position that I took, that it should be on a case-by-case basis. And some years ago, when we set up the policy for one-day liquor licenses, I believe it was at my request that the form that had to be filled out for those licenses had to be run by the chief of police. I think I also asked for the
Board of Health and Building Inspector.
And the fire chief. Fire chief for occupancy. The reason why some of these regs talk about the need for a fire chief, a fire officer, is that buildings have limitations on how many people can be in the building before they become unsafe. If you have too many people in the building, they can't exit the building, and it creates a risk of harm. So you do want to have the fire department involved. So we have a form, and the form requires it be reviewed by the chief, approved by the chief, and his recommendations are supposed to come back to the board along with the other department heads. So in essence, we've been following the process that most communities have been following. The part that I think there's a difference is to emphasize that the Sherborn Community Foundation needs to market that hall for private parties. If they get private parties to rent, that money directly benefits the community because it results in the building being maintained. And there's a need for a new roof. The building has an endless list of things that need to be done. As part of marketing it, if we market it on the basis that you have to have a police detail, that is going to have an adverse effect on the amount of business that this venue is going to have. So, to sum up, I'm entirely in agreement that things should be done on a case-by-case basis. I'm entirely in agreement that the police chief should be involved. I'm entirely in agreement that there are times that there will need to be police details. But I'm opposed to a policy that requires police details on a regular or sustained basis. It should be the unusual event and not the usual event. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Sun?
I like this draft. I think the case-by-case basis makes good sense. I would amend the draft briefly just on number 2 to have it say, and filed in accordance with MGL Chapter 138, 12C. For this sort of thing, I really would value the public safety officials' input. They're the subject matter experts, so I think it's valuable to have the police chief and the fire chief weighing in on this. Just as Paul described, the capacity of a building may be not enough to handle a particular crowd, and the fire chief would let us know that. We are the licensing authority, so that input to me is valuable. One question I would have, and I don't know who would answer it, perhaps the chief here, can you override us as a strong chief? If we say we want to grant a license, one-day license, where you've recommended that there be a detail, and we don't think there should be a detail for whatever reason, what's your authority in that situation?
You're the licensing authority, Mr. Crusoe. I can only offer recommendations.
And you don't have any general police power to insist that an event of a certain size, for certain reasons, have a detail? You got a private event of any sort, not on town property, but any place?
Maybe at a private function, maybe. In general, the licensing authority, that's what it is. You're the licensing authority.
So if they need a liquor license, it's really just the Board of Selectmen that it's up to, is what you're saying?
Give input.
If it's a private house party where they didn't need a liquor license, but they had hooligans and rowdies, you could insist on a...
Correct.
Okay.
Can I clarify something? You could still enforce general police power. You're not enforcing the police powers on the license. But if there was a party of 800 people at a town facility or the community center, you could enforce general police
Sure, I
powers,
could hire officers on overtime, but I couldn't force the licensing authority to force a detail.
Right.
But if I could...
Yeah, sure.
I went back and I reviewed the October 1st meeting on YouTube, believe it or not, and I really stewed about this, for over a month and a half. And if it's okay with the chairman, I'd like to read a statement.
Is it going to move the ball in a constructive direction?
Probably not.
Probably best not to read it then. I've noticed on your policies, Chief, one of them was hire a knowledgeable consultant to educate persons responsible for oversight and licensing. And, I wonder, we do have in the town council contract, we do have those
The training.
provisions for training, and I wonder if maybe having a training that you could invite members of the board and town staff and police, if they want to be present, to have the same understanding of what the training would be. Maybe that's a topic for the next one. I mean, there are some complicated provisions on this.
We could talk to council, but they may recommend, a tip certified instructor or something.
And that's a great idea, too.
Right.
I have the name of a consultant that we can use.
I mean, that would be a good idea, though. I suspect the community center would be open to that kind of a training to help out. Yeah, okay.
I went to, when you guys were here last week, it was great, I learned something. So I went to the playground committee event, it was terrific. My wife was on the original playground, this is the rebuild of the playground, I helped build the first one, that's why they're rebuilding it.
Maybe the rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking for the bar, but they didn't have it. But it was a really nice event, good.
You have a monkey bar?
Peter showing his age.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Paul, you commented that this is not town property because it's leased, but I don't think that means we're out of the woods in terms of liability, right? I mean, I don't think you could guarantee that nobody would sue the town if something bad happened.
Anybody can
at an
sue
event.
anybody, but
Well, that's the point.
where property is leased to somebody, just like at Leland Farms, our earlier discussion, the primary defendants, and anybody can sue, we have a motion to dismiss. And there's also indemnification provisions in the paperwork that I signed with the community center that requires them to indemnify us.
I get that, but I guess I'd rather try to avoid the issue if it's possible. So if there's a high risk of an event, and I'm not saying there would be, but if there's a high risk of an event, I don't think it's bad for the town to look for whatever protection they can.
Oh, absolutely, and as I say, that there are events at the community center that should have a police detail, just like there are events at the schools that would need a police detail, or other venues. I'm not sure if the board will agree with that or not, but certainly, if the chief came in with a recommendation, and there were issues that could happen, I could see going along with the recommendation to have a police detail there. What my concern is that the policy should not be that this is going to apply to all events.
I don't think we've suggested
I don't
that.
think anybody suggested that, and that's one characterization of the last discussion that I think is inaccurate, which is that there was any decision made or, even discussion. It was all in the context of an individual event, and I think a lot of the angst about this issue has been because it has been characterized in some ways or by some as being a policy, and there was no policy decision made. There's still not a policy decision made. We're just having a workshop.
Just for the information of the public, there was an event, it was a wedding. The police detail was imposed by the police. The bride objected, came before the Board of Selectmen. The board voted 2-1, with myself being the negative, not to require the police detail. At the end of the day, the Sherborn Community Foundation paid for the detail itself out of its own revenues. The bride did not pay. And I'm told in attendance were firefighters from Holliston who were guests at the wedding. So,
Actually, there were also firefighters from Framingham that I'm actually friendly with, I grew up with. And what was not mentioned in an email that you received, Paul, was that the event ran out of alcohol, and the event coordinator at the community center allowed somebody to go out and purchase several cases of beer and bring it back into the Sherborn Community Center. So that's kind of one of the issues I wanted to share with the board, because Officer Stickney was actually the officer that worked the detail. And that's part of my concern. That has been my concern since the day I brought this up. And I have to correct you on a comment you made. And this is based on a conversation I had with Margot Powicki, who sat on the community center for many, many years. I'm sure many of the board members are aware of that. Margot shared several stories with me where there were incidents at the community center, to include a resident's 50th birthday party where people were so intoxicated that somebody picked up a pumpkin and threw it over someone's head and smashed a chandelier that ended up costing the community center $15,000 to replace. I'd suggest that a detail officer there probably would have precluded that from happening.
But the rest of that story is...
Can I finish?
Can I finish that story, though?
Well, I'm actually, sure, you can, you're the board member.
Because that happened, they then adopted new policies at the community center that required someone from the community center to be a host or hostess at every event, so that there would be someone there. So they learned from it. And the issue of transporting liquor by the caterer to this event, that's, I think, a function of educating the community center and the hosts that are present at these events. They actually have someone there, if you will, like a police detail, but they have a board member present throughout the event to make sure that that kind of thing never happens again.
At the October 1st meeting, however, Paul, a member of the community center produced a copy of the 12C, and it specifies what you can and can't do. I showed that on the slide. So the education part is absolutely important and critical, I understand that, but what happened at the wedding event shouldn't have happened, clearly. And to go back to the conversations I had with Margot, she also mentioned that there were several discussions when she sat on the board about having police details at these functions. You made a comment earlier that there was a discussion, I don't know who you spoke with or who spoke with whom at the Sherborn Police Department. I don't know who the chief was at the time, but you commented earlier that there was a discussion and that the discussion led to not having police details at the community center. And I'd love to see that document, because that has never been presented to me.
That was before your time. I was not alleging that you were a part of that.
And I agreed with that. I asked, I'd like to know which chief had the discussion with whom, because it just doesn't make any sense, considering the incidents that were shared with me from Margot Poicking.
Looking forward is probably better at this point than looking backwards.
I agree.
And, I do see there's, some common ground here, which is everybody, I think, agrees that training is important. Everybody agrees that training, including the community center, agrees that they would appreciate the training, and I think the chief and the board all think that training is a good idea, and that's probably going to be helpful in addressing some of the problems, at least the problems or potential for problems that might involve inadvertent violations of liquor requirements. And I think we've all reached some kind of a consensus on taking these on a case-by-case basis instead of having an established policy either requiring or not requiring police details. The proposal I read before was not intended to be specific to the community center either. There's also the potential for other town events to be held on other town properties, including outdoor properties and indoor properties. And to the extent they would ever involve alcohol service, we should have a policy for those as well. In the back, Chris.
I just wanted to clarify, you were mentioning at private events, we have a host, we have a paid host. Our paid host has been working somewhere between 5 and 7 years there, and he has experience with approximately 500 police details. He does major events like the Revere Beach Sandcastle building contest, which is, I guess, a lot of people. And he probably did mishandle the liquor being bought by at a retail level. It's my understanding from a couple other function coordinators outside of the community center that this, unfortunately, is not a well-known understanding of the law, that this happens a lot. It's no excuse to us, but it does happen a lot where bartenders that are small run out of liquor, and they're little guys who aren't used to dealing with wholesalers to begin with. But we don't pretend to be the enforcers of the agency.
Well, the caterer is the one with the license, too.
Right. It's the caterer.
They do have an obligation to know, or they won't be licensed the next time.
Right, and we don't have a problem with enforcing that upon the caterer, but we can't do that. We're not in the position to enforce or patrol.
But I mean, I think that just helped to make the case for why sometimes you're going to need a police detail somebody who can enforce.
No, but that's why our paid host is supposed to do that, so that's back to the education. That's all I know is that in general, he handles large events, small events, been doing it for 5 to 7 years. Does a pretty good job of keeping things under control as far as we know.
Yeah, I mean, and unfortunately for, I think, everybody in the room, the one most controversial time when there was a dispute over whether there should be a police detail and the detail was appointed, there were issues observed, and so, arguably, the fact that there was a detail there didn't prevent the issues, but also the fact that, the community center and others were arguing to not have a detail, there were the issues that the detail was intended to solve. So we all have to learn from that.
Let me just add to that the policeman who was there did not stop the transportation of alcohol.
Well, I'm sure he probably didn't see it until it came in the door, Paul. I mean, once it came in the door, I'm sure he did say something.
And I'm glad Officer Stickney's here because you work in detail. Could you explain that, Officer Stickney?
It wasn't brought directly to my attention. I actually heard the best man was a little concerned. He noticed there wasn't enough alcohol. I brought it, I apologize, I don't remember the gentleman that was working that night, that was the community center host. I brought it to his attention. I merely asked, I said, what's your policy on letting the best man and a couple of groomsmen load up into a vehicle and drive down a local liquor store to pick up a couple 30 packs of Bud Light, and I think they brought back some other hard alcohol. He didn't have an answer for me. He made a phone call, and then he said, we're just going to let it go for tonight. We're going to let him bring it in. And that was, by the time we had kind of made the decision, he made some phone calls, and we came back, the alcohol had arrived, and it was, there wasn't much enforcement we could be doing at that point. They had already started distributing it again and serving, so.
Isn't it good for the town and good for the community center that bride and that groom had a pretty good time? Now, because of this event and that they were required to have a police officer, I think the bride said that she would never recommend the community center again and was unhappy with it all went down. But it's getting married is an important event. And if it was your wedding, you would certainly not want it to be an unhappy day with the police shutting down the event. So I very much appreciate that you worked with the host of the community center and that the wedding went forward pretty well and people had a good time. And I think I read either from the chief or from you or from someone that a lot of the guests commented that they had a good time. And when you're in the business of marketing venues, it is critical, word of mouth, to get more business. I mean, this particular couple got married and they're done. But where is the next business going to come from for the community center? How are we going to keep revenues flowing to that facility so that we can keep the building maintained?
I think that's an economic discussion, but it's not.
It's not a legal discussion.
Not there.
And I certainly
purview.
can't suggest to an officer working in detail, Ben, in the future, allow somebody to break the law. That's not going to happen either, okay? Because that exposes me to liability, exposes him to liability, and it goes up the chain. We all know this.
Right.
But I do want to, again, reiterate, Paul, because you brought this up before about the bride. Bride had issue with the detail. I have my idea of how and why that happened. And once again, I'll reiterate, the bride didn't have an issue with the detail, okay? Because her last comment to me by email was, can I hire a Holliston or Millis police officer to work the detail? The bride was upset that I wasn't kowtowing to all of her needs. And frankly, my responsibility isn't to the bride or groom, and it's not to revenue generating for the community center, it's to providing safety for the community. And this has been now 2 times that there's been this comment that the police department's right down the bottom of the hill. Well, frankly, that's insulting to my personnel, and that's insulting to me. And I want to respond to that. I've said this over and over and over and over. We have 2 police cars that patrol this town on the shifts, okay? For anybody in this room or any community member to suggest that my officers are right down the bottom of the hill with their feet up, watching TV, and we simply respond to policing, you haven't been listening to my sales pitch and our philosophy at the Sherborn Police Department. We are a proactive police department. We go out and we engage the community members. We go out and make certain that people don't get hurt. We go out and make certain that the community is safe. We don't respond to calls. We try to be proactive and preventive. They're not down there waiting to have somebody from the community center call and say, hey, we're having a problem with an unruly party, because they're out answering calls for service to go find someone's lost cow. They're out going to car accidents. They're out going to car accidents where people are injured. They're out
You got me on that one.
Not just you, Paul. Not just you, Paul. They're out today looking for a person that fell off of a horse, okay? And they're not the opposite end of the risk management spectrum, okay? They're responding to calls when someone comes home and there's an intruder in their bedroom, okay? We don't have the time or the personnel to go up and patrol the community center when they're having an event where there's alcohol served. That's why it makes so much more sense to have an officer there, okay? The officer was there. The people present knew the officer was there. I mean, I have to pat myself on the back. The Framingham firefighters had a lot of nice things to say about the chief. And they understood what his presence was all about. Officer Stickney made it clear to me that Monday morning when I asked him to give me a report on what happened, that people were making great decisions. There were inebriated people handing their keys off to people that weren't inebriated. That's a win. That's prevention. That's not allowing a drunk person to get in the car and go smash into Mike Giamo's wife and kill her. I've been to far too many fatal accidents, Paul, okay? And I still, to this day, I'm 45 years old, I can picture the 6 people in their faces, their dead, lifeless faces in motor vehicle accidents. And I don't want that to happen in this town. And I certainly don't want it to happen, I don't want to have to go knock on someone's door and say, you know what, your son and daughter is dead. They just got killed in a car accident.
But let me just answer that this way, that those firefighters from Framingham and whatever would have done the same whether or not Officer Stickney was there. They're responsible people. I hate to have you say on television...
Well, I'm going to say on camera that
they're not responsible because they're your former colleagues. But let me make the second point, which is, how many times has there been a fatal accident from somebody coming from the Sherborn Community Center? I would suggest to you, 0.
So we should wait for that to happen so I can come back on camera and go, Paul, we had a horrible fatal accident from an event at the Sherborn Community Center. Is that what you want me to say? That's the answer?
If you believe that serving alcohol can lead to this, then why isn't there a police detail at everybody's home every time there's a party? All the graduation parties, all the parties that go on in this town. There's a lot of parties going on in this town. There's a lot of people at those parties, and they're drinking.
That I'm aware of?
I think somebody once said you should err on the side of preventing harm. They might have even said it tonight. It seems to me that Rick's trying to err on the side of preventing harm. Well, but I think this issue is, you know, with human life involved or risk to the town. I think it's a really important issue. I'm not saying it's an every time policy, but I don't think we should think that not having a police presence there is something that's necessarily a good thing for the town, Paul. It's not necessarily. It may not be necessary all the time, but it's not something that's harming the town.
No, I'm saying that it should be on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And the case-by-case basis, there has to be some basis for it, other than the fact that there's alcohol there. If there's known sex offenders at the party, if there's kid's going to be there, if there's some reason to believe that something's going to happen, absolutely. But simply because alcohol is served at a party, I don't think itself is enough. There needs to be something more.
Okay, well, we've had a good workshop, and we've certainly hashed out a lot of issues. Anything, I don't want to leave you without the ability to say anything, Frank, or anybody else on your group's behalf. We did hear from Chris, but if you've got something to add now, go ahead.
I appreciate the conversation. We want to have safe events. We don't want to have any accidents as well. We look forward to working with the town administrator and whomever he deems has to be there as well. Police chief is with one of you. That's great. We look forward to trying to tighten up all the policies, get the education up to where it needs to be, and move forward to have successful and safe events for the town of Sherborn.
I have no doubt that we'll work together, and it just takes some time to iron.
And I'm going to say something I said, I think, the last time also, which is I don't think anybody up here thinks it's a reflection on any of you individually or your board or all the good work you do. This is a policy we've got to work through as a town, but this is certainly not about being critical of individuals or anything else, and I hope nobody takes it that way.
I think it's equally, I mean, if there was a policy like that in place when I had started, I would have known that there was an expectation to be involved at the community center, or at least, meet with the board. I really hadn't met with members until a few weeks ago. But that's because I thought everything was going along fine, so I didn't really get that involved. But an annual review is, something that the town should do on any entity that it's, quasi-involved in.
So we should bring this back for a vote at some point as an official policy or something similar to this?
Yeah, I think after
you
Frank
have
gets
the
to
discussions.
Yeah.
I definitely want input.
Yeah.
And I think the board wants input, and Peter's got some changes. Okay, hey, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, gents.
And
Two
now
of the
we're...
best-looking policemen in Sherborn leaving the room.
Appreciate all your time and effort on that. Where is the agenda? May I borrow your
this
agenda?
is my
Since
agenda, yeah.
I have hidden mine somehow behind one of these pieces of
Found it.
paper. Yeah, look at
Sorts of
us.
stuff.
We're really getting... That only took an hour and a half. I predicted 10:30 for David. Hey, David. I predicted 10:30, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. The next item up is route budget development updates.
Okay.
I don't know, Mary, if you were here for this? You had it for the whole thing? Okay.
It's a show.
And preliminary notice of intent. David, why don't you tell us what's going on?
The only thing we're doing with the this year tonight is last week I distributed a list of possible articles, and you had asked for them to be separated between what were likely NOIs to come in and what were
Yes.
unlikely. So
Do you have that?
Yeah, so we have
Excellent.
just that list.
Thanks, Paul.
So the articles that we're expecting right now is, it's an assessing deferral interest rate article, which was originally tossed around before the special town meeting. There's a bylaw codification article that, when I first came here, both Gino and Carol Marple, the town clerk, had mentioned to me that
This is the first page.
it would be nice if the town went through that process. So we have a quote for that, and we'd just like to bring that information forward for consideration. There's the Nancy Hess is the tax collector article that's changing the tax collector to collector.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at this piece of paper, I think, right?
I'm not following what you're reading.
Change elected tax collector and treasurer. So he's up to number 4. He's been going down.
I was going down through each one.
Okay.
So these were I'm expecting these NOIs to come in. They haven't come in yet. They have till December 4th to file them with us. There's a change elected tax collector and treasurer to appointed collector treasurer. That was tossed around after the special town meeting when they voted down the appointed the elected treasurer changing to appointed. So that's the only one there that I think was a toss-up on whether we would be putting something forward, or it would go down to the unlikely group.
Two things on that. First, is the Government Study Committee going to come forward with some financial reform articles?
They're working hard. I was talking to George Shea about that at the break. I just have 2 placeholders in there for them. But I don't know exactly, and he can't really tell me on what form those items would be or what they would address at this time.
Because if they're not going to go forward with anything, then I'm interested in going forward with stuff on our own.
Well,
if they're going to cover the issue, then I'd rather go forward on their presentations than
Yes,
ours.
so this is, that article is basically hashed from 2 years ago with the article that the Selectmen had brought forward. So we'll have to see what government structure does. I'm assuming they're going to bring something forward, but, I don't know. I know that they're looking at the finance structure as well, so I can't talk to them right now, but we keep them both on there. We'll keep the placeholders. And there's library expansion, and then personnel admin plan amendments from the personnel board. That's likely there will be something, so that's just a placeholder.
Dave, can we go back to library expansion for a second? One of the things we should be thinking about also is if we're going to do anything further in terms of a second access or anything from the campus, it'd be helpful to plan that while the library planning is going on, and if we need to put an article on to have engineering for that or something, we probably should do that.
Yeah, there is, I talked to Ed Wagner about if we were going to expand this parking lot, which has been talked about for a number of years, and then an access road going out the back from that parking lot, on what an estimated price, if you want us to go ahead and bring that forward.
I think we should bring that forward.
Okay.
Unless people are really strongly against that.
Well,
I think we
I'm
at
not
least need to
sold
know
on it,
about
I guess I'll put it that way. I'm not sold on it, so I'd like to understand what we really need and why, and how it does. If it's important to the library expansion, that's one thing. I haven't seen how that all fits together.
Well, so Peter, I'm not exactly saying it's important to the library expansion. What I'm saying is the library expansion is going to take place. It is going to involve claiming, at least for purposes of zoning and the grants, it's going to involve claiming parking spaces that are currently in high demand at Town Hall. And the library itself is going to have additional meeting space which will accommodate more people, which may put even further pressure on parking over here. So we have an opportunity, while all that work is going on, to do something to, maybe slightly enlarge or reconfigure parking here. And at the same time, we had a back entrance which was closed off at the request of the chief, but what we now have is essentially a cul-de-sac, because the only way to get out of here is to come out on Washington Street at busy hours. And if you had that relief valve in the back, probably wouldn't be overly expensive to construct that. At the same time, other things are happening with the library, but it's not part of the library project, so it'd have to be part of the town's planning.
We have a draft design
There's a
that would
sketch
do that
design.
road in the sketch.
Yeah, it's not engineered, it's sketched.
No, right. But we could bring that forward just for discussion if.
Yeah, so I think we have to have that discussion. I
Right.
mean, again,
And
not sold on it, and I don't have an appreciation for all the library parking impacts and so forth, so that's all part of the
It's
discussion.
not a capital item this year because it wouldn't be built this year presumably.
Yeah.
It would be maybe engineered.
Yeah, because I think separately, we should think about what we're doing with that property over there otherwise.
Maybe.
That's a
Agreed,
separate
but this doesn't
discussion.
take up much of that, so.
Well, and hopefully
So maybe
that can
instead
show
of big construction dollars, we're looking
But-
more at small potatoes for
Well, see, 'cause
engineering money.
you
so
know
we
what
can
blew me
wait.
away-
Authorization to construct it.
Yeah, because you had a number in one of these things you gave us previously, David, of, I don't know, 175 grand or something.
For what?
Parking lot and expanse and access road.
Right.
This thing we got last week.
That was the capital.
So I didn't know what that was all about, but that seemed like a pretty big number. So, that's all.
Yeah. Well, we were
That's all part
going,
of this
Not
process.
when the parking meters
That's-
are installed too, Peter.
There you go.
the way we
Then
came
have to have
up,
a parking meter.
the way we came up with that number was, we took the cost of Pine Hill Road and added it to the cost of paving the transfer station for, with the site work. So that's where we came up with the 175. That would be expanding this parking lot and an access road out the back.
Except the Pine Hill access road is so much longer than that little road.
It's twice as long, but it's not paved. This would be paved. So, I mean, it's just,
Okay, I
it's
remember
ballpark.
last year when we, or whenever it was, when the sketch was done,
Right.
and there was an estimate off the cuff, granted, from Ed, there was an $8,000 to $12,000 project for just this second egress access on this land here.
Yeah.
This is some multiple.
Well,
I think it is quite a bit more.
But we had
yeah.
a free one, and we had to close it off, so,
Yeah.
you know, at some point, the town thought it was important to have that back access. In fact, the whole time we've been here, there's been a back access, it's just that we can't use it anymore.
And I think that there's a way
And we're
of,
surviving.
I think there's a way of doing it without intruding too much on that lot, where the lot still might be able to be salvaged for another
Oh, yeah,
another
yeah, I don't
use.
think it takes long. But I mean, Peter, part of it also is we've got people who come here, some of them who are, you know, driving but uncertain of getting back out onto a busy road, and it would be much safer for them to be turning out onto a road that's not so busy. They're just not comfortable necessarily starting out by going through that
I
intersection.
understand those points.
That's
yeah.
a difficult,
Yeah.
you know that, you drive that too, that's a difficult intersection. You know, again, just for purposes of raising it, and we'll have lots of discussions about it.
Correct.
All right. The planning board Brewfest article, I would expect that to come back. There was,
But they need to do some homework on that, if you remember.
right, I'm assuming they've been doing their homework.
What I'm trying to say is the article that they brought, you said it was going to come forward again. The article they brought forward before needed work, so I'm hoping that any article that they bring forward is not the article that they had brought.
No, I still don't know what that article would be. 'Cause
Yeah, we're
this
just
is
saving, we're
the-
saving a spot here.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
This is just an NOIs that I would expect to be coming forward. A procurement bylaw, there were a couple of instances over the past year where there's arisen a need to, could just be a small paragraph to be added somewhere. And I've been talking to town council about that. We haven't really nailed it down, so it depends on how much work how much time I'm going to spend on that. Reappropriate borrowed funds for a town building project. There are some unspent funds that we would need to repurpose to another use. Town Center Water Options Committee, I have two placeholders, like as you heard from Roger Demler earlier tonight. Traffic Safety Bylaw Update, excuse me, that's just a housekeeping items, and I sent those recommendations to Brad Van Brunt for review, and basically left it up to him on whether he thought it should be addressed now or not, but it's, they're just minor. For instance, changing the appointment date. It says that the appointment date of the traffic safety has to be at town meeting, at the annual town meeting.
Can you remind me where we're at on this overarching safety committee, and whether we have to do anything town meeting-wise on that?
With the Public Safety Committee?
Yeah, the Public Safety.
No, I mean, you formed that with a charge. You're not, at one time, I think we had talked whether we would fold the traffic safety into that
Into
public
that,
safety.
right.
And then it would affect the bylaw. But we haven't.
That's one reason you decided not to do that. I think at the time we realized we couldn't without a bylaw change.
Yeah, I
Right,
think
so-
we were going to see how the Public Safety Committee went, and right now, there seems to be a decent communications between the two, so that there's not stepping on each other, but...
It's still a conversation we might want to have further with more information of how it's going, and while we
Yeah.
don't need to do more than just the housekeeping you're suggesting here.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You suggesting you want to bite off trying to do something to the Traffic Safety Committee to get rid of it, or?
No, bundling it under this Public Safety Committee, whether that needs to happen.
Right.
I think that's still worth having more
But
conversation.
still having it as a free...
But still having it as it is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, the Public Safety Committee, we've had one meeting, and we identified issues that we're to work on. So it's
So I guess I
just
look to
now
that
got off the
committee to
ground.
come forward with a recommendation that the Traffic Safety Committee should be under them or separate as they are, because it's all working out. Somebody's got to weigh in on that.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. And then I had wildlife management or beaver bylaw, because I didn't know what was going on with that. So we could probably move that down to unlikely.
No, I think we want to keep it, I think we want to talk about that beaver bylaw, the one from North Andover.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
keep that in the mix.
So we don't necessarily have to have a wildlife management plan, but...
Keep it in there
yeah.
until we see whether that's got any possible application here.
I'll change it to just the beaver bylaw.
Okay.
And then I don't think we need to go through the unlikely ones.
But
No,
you have
except
that 2-minute to 5-minute, did you talk about that?
I wrote that, I'm sorry, the Elliott Taylor's 2 to 5 minute limit, I didn't,
Well,
that's something that can be
Is that something
done.
that the selectmen have any interest in putting on? But even not, maybe you want to talk to Elliot and tell him how to do a petition. I don't know.
I mean, he can do it by a citizen petition, it could be a warrant article, and it could also
He's
just be
asking us-
done from the floor at the
Yeah, I know,
beginning of
he's
the town
asking us to
meeting.
do it. Well, you mean he would do it from the floor as just a
Procedural motion.
procedural request? Yeah.
Right, and I think
But
he did
isn't
that.
so right now, that's up to the moderator what time limits are established for speaking.
Yes.
Right.
And now he's asking for the voters to create a bylaw that requires broader time periods.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have
Instead of what the
interest in putting
moderator,
that forward.
yeah. I'm not going to get behind that one.
So we'll advise on citizen petition
Yeah, I
and
think so.
moderator control of the
Yeah,
of the meeting.
I don't think he was asking for us to, so much as to get behind it, as he wanted to know how to do it.
Well, he wanted us to draft it, Paul, too. He
Yeah.
specifically said that, we have all the books or something. He said
Yeah.
he wants us to write it.
He wanted it coming from us.
I think what he said was we were sitting on the regulations and we should be able to write it. I think that was the quote. It's fair of him to bring that up. It's something that maybe some people would support. I think it would make for really long town meetings, but, if he wants to have people vote on it, he's entitled to do that. That's democracy. David, I would suggest a request, could we move the change elected treasurer to appointed up?
Yes.
And the reason for that is in case we don't get anywhere with some of the other ones that are up there.
Okay.
Just the treasurer, I don't think it's worth doing the town clerk or the tax collector, but
Okay.
for treasurer.
Okay. All right. I mean, I wish there was time for this kennel bylaw and leash bylaw.
Let me just mention the problem, the reason why there's some need for urgency here is that state law says that if you have more than 4 dogs, you have to get a kennel license. And by default, that's the town clerk.
Great, I'm glad I have that argument now for home, because we're up to 3 and there's always...
So why don't we move it up top then? Move it up.
You want to move it up?
But the town clerk is saying,
She doesn't have the
she doesn't have a
bylaw.
bylaw to clearly articulate
So
what
let's
her
give her
job
the
is.
bylaw. If she wants to do that.
And there are these forms that all these communities have adopted, so it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
And it's not like it's a financial burden that advisory get all upset about, because they charge a fee for the kennel.
Right.
And it also has an opportunity for the neighbors to have a say, because just like we had this ruckus with the neighbors opposing a kennel that had like 30 dogs, the people who had the kennel didn't know that they were supposed to get a license, and the neighbors didn't know how do they criticize or stop it, because there wasn't anything defined anywhere that anybody knew anything about.
So this would be an article sponsored by, brought forward by the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, but maybe as you put here, maybe the police chief with the animal control officer should be the guy.
Well, who would be the enforcement?
We don't want any harm done.
Who
so
would
if
enforce-
he's
Harm
got-
done. Who would
But I'm not sure the
enforce-
police chief's going to be in the mood to move your
Yeah,
dog
I don't know.
bylaw along.
Who would enforce this bylaw? So we're creating a licensing,
The animal control officer.
so who's, the animal control officer would be the licensing authority?
No.
That's created out of this bylaw? No.
The licensing authority.
Who would be the licensing authority?
The town
Town
clerk is
clerk.
the licensing authority, just like it is now. If you have a dog in town, you have to get a license.
So
for the
wouldn't we
dog.
want the town clerk to bring this forward?
I mean, we could make a formal request for her to bring the article forward, but that's why.
Is this a revenue source for the town to have this in place so we can collect the fees and all that?
Yeah.
Well, with the caveat that I'm not sure the town wants to have
Yeah, big fees.
so many kennels in town that it becomes a material revenue source.
It's not an economic development plan, is what you're telling me about. We're not going to the dogs that quickly? Okay.
I mean, how many kennels do you have to have before it
This isn't,
affects the bottom line?
this is not a zoning thing? I mean, the zoning
No, this is
enforcement
the
officer went out
licensing,
and
this is the
shut other
licensing
guys
issue.
down.
This is the state statutory kennel license.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a liquor license. It's not a
It's like a stable license, really, isn't it?
stable license, yeah.
I mean, we should have
We
it.
should have it. I mean, why don't you just move it up
Yeah.
and we'll figure out how it gets on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should have it just because we should have it.
Yeah. So that's all I had on,
Have you talked to Harley? I don't want to, I don't think we have to draft his articles for him, but he was anxious to get something.
yes,
in front of the
he
town.
called and, I have to return his call tomorrow morning. He
Okay.
called today, and I have responses to his articles. Some of them need to go to certain boards and be brought forward. Others don't need a town meeting article at all.
We know advisory doesn't have enough to do. We need to add a few more articles.
Yeah. But I mean, a number of
The
his...
maximum, no, we should get to like 40 articles.
What's the record?
You know? We gotta do it sometime.
A number of his articles...
Go to 40 and give Elliot 10 minutes to talk.
Yeah, 5-night town meeting.
And you talked about there's some Board of Health oversight articles. None of those have come forward. Is that what you're saying?
I haven't done any work on those, and I got to go back and review what they are, probably talk to
Well, is that something you were going to work on, or
Bob.
is it something that a citizen had suggested
And
that?
at one time, Mr. Murchison had submitted something with some recommended articles or requested articles. I just have to go back and identify them.
Well, if he's presented us
If
with
he has them
something-
ready,
if
yeah.
he presents us with something that he wants us to consider, we should move it above the line and then decide if we're going to put it on the
Right.
warrant. If there's not language for it, it's hard for us to do that.
Right. I think right now it was a conceptual recommendation, but I'll be talking to him in
We're
the
really
next couple of
trying
days
to
as well.
do the Karnak the Magnificent here,
can't.
thinking about what NOIs are actually gonna come in.
Right.
Well, some of them have to come from us, I think is the point. Some
Yes.
of these
Yeah.
have to come from us. And if Mr. Murchison has talked with David and given him language and is trying to see if we will put it forward, we ought to at least consider it.
Well,
If there's really language. If
Yeah,
there's no
I have
language,
to-
There's nothing we can do with it.
Yeah, I don't think he just gave us language, but...
No, I don't, but I don't think you're obliged to draft.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the thing, I don't think, that when a citizen, whether it's Mr. Murchison or somebody else, comes and says, geez, you guys ought to do this, doesn't mean we should be doing it, I think.
Right, and so that's the question, David. If he's
Yeah.
given us something with, reasonably executable language, that's
Right.
different than saying, I've got an idea, you figure it out.
Yeah.
We need to evaluate it for its reasonableness, and if it's not something we want to sponsor, we want to give him enough time so he can get signatures
Right.
from citizens.
Right.
Yeah, well, he's out of
We
time
wanna
at this
stop
point
him.
because we're closing the warrant before our next meeting, aren't we?
The NOIs aren't due till December 4th, so
When's our next meeting?
December 4th. Yeah.
Talk with him. I think you should talk with him soon.
I mean, at that time, we
We're
could
not
put a...
actually closing the warrant until January, I think, something or other.
So that's what
I don't have
NOIs
the
are doing,
timeline.
right? NOIs are
The
doing.
NOIs would do, that's true.
Yeah.
They could get something they didn't have an NOI on.
Um,
That's right.
But I know one of the things that stuck out was, that I talked to Mr. Murchison about, was something related to procurement with that Board of Health, so
Okay.
I got to sort those out with him.
And that may align with your procurement?
Right.
Okay. Good. So are we on to the next topic now, the town administrator report?
Yep, under Town Administrator Report, I just wanted to say that we have an RFP going out on the street for the Board of Health agent. We received 2 responses to our ladder truck RFP, 2 very competitive bids that were within a few $1,000s of each other, both from reputable companies. The chief has deliberated with his people on looking at those, reviewing both of those proposals. I met with the chief yesterday, and he and I reviewed them, and that's still in process. Hasn't been an award made on that.
And were they close to what we thought they were going to be?
They were both under, I think they were 800. I can't remember what we appropriated, but they were 50 to 100,000 under what we had appropriated.
Oh, okay.
So you have to purchase the vehicle, and then you have to outfit it.
That's next, right? Oh, okay. Did you have a question?
So, no, I asked him to wait.
Okay.
But before we leave,
All right,
mention
there
to
it
the chief.
Yeah, he's going to do it next.
The chief got certified as a chief. He had gone through the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He submitted the documentation. He took whatever tests have to be done. When a candidate score reached or exceeded the minimum level established, the applicant was awarded credentialing at the level of chief. And so he has passed all that, if I understand that correctly.
Yes, he passed the accreditation.
So the chief is a chief, is that what you're saying?
The chief is now a chief.
Yeah.
A credentialed chief.
Excellent.
And he brought that certificate in today and showed us.
And there was a great picture he sent around of him receiving it. It was
Yes.
a nice picture.
The next item is the letter of support for the
Yeah,
correctional
and we just
institution.
started signing it. We voted this the last time, if you
Right.
remember.
Next item on the financial update. That was basically...
This is David's envelope for that letter. I don't know how I got the envelope.
On the financial update, I don't have like a cash flow analysis or anything. I just wanted to distribute that 90-day report that we had asked the strategic accounting people to come forward with. So that report is in here. That would be a public document after this meeting. And it basically says they didn't see any major problems. They worked less in the office than they thought they would have to, and there are improvements that could be made as far as structurally, which is the same thing that we're all talking about, whether there be a finance director type structure.
Yeah, it says, if I can quote, "It is becoming more common in Massachusetts to convert from an elected to an appointed treasurer tax collector, as expressed by Ms. Markian. Among 198 towns with populations over 5,000 people, 150 have treasurers and collectors who are appointed. 152 have treasurer and collector positions that are combined, and the numbers increase each year."
So they didn't really move the ball on that any, though? I mean, I didn't think they had any arguments in there that were any different than what people have been saying all along. I was a little disappointed, honestly, and maybe it's just a tribute to the fact that things are running so smoothly. They didn't have a lot of constructive advice, but they didn't really give us much constructive advice.
Yeah, but
Except the key line there is the first page, second to last paragraph, last sentence, what their recommendation of the finance director. There's 2 routes you can go. One is finance director treasurer, the other is finance director town accountant.
Right.
Their recommendation is consistent with at least what I know David and I think makes the best sense. And I think that's where you're headed in terms of your search, upcoming search
Right,
and so
right.
forth, that you're going to talk about briefly. But as far as the budget, and so bundled into that, the budget, and while advisory's here, I had two critical questions that I don't know if you guys have communicated. One, on your guidelines of the 1.5% or whatever it is overall for town administrators' budgets, did that include the police overtime increase to reflect police overtime more realistically?
We want to bring the police overtime into the budget.
But not in that 1.5%. I mean,
Perhaps not.
okay, so your 1.5% was more business as usual?
We have held a guidance reserve, as we did last year, with the intention of funding various necessities that can't meet the 1.5%.
Right, so that's really the key.
So some of that may fall in there. I
Well,
mean, I can't speak for the group as to what we might actually.
But when he's submitting budgets, when he's working through budgets and he's submitting them, if he has to find another 100 grand, use that as a round number for the real overtime that we haven't reflected for years after year after year, if he has to squeeze that into the 60,000 that he has available, he needs to know that sooner than later. And I think you're saying, no, he doesn't, but you're not saying definitively. Okay, I get that.
And there were cruisers on the table.
The other piece was that
That's another thing.
he's the treasurer at this point, and so he's in charge of that budget as well. And the question that I know he asked you was, where I would be more comfortable seeing that budget line item up in all the list of the other ones at this stage, and didn't know where you fell on that.
Well, I replied to David, and I said, I didn't feel strongly.
Which budget item are you talking about, Peter?
The treasurer's
And the
budget
model.
is separate from the town administrator's budget of the police, the fire, the town accountant, all
I
that
mean,
stuff. But because he's treasurer at this point and manages that budget, and it's part of the planning for next year, I think that should be up in the group of...
It's easier for our planning purposes if it gets grouped up with all of our other budgets that we're working on.
And does
Yeah, I mean,
that
I
set the
think-
table for doing something next year that we want to do?
Yeah.
You could do it either way, but
Absolutely.
it's just...
That's
Yeah.
what it
Critically
seems
so.
like. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, the question that I thought you asked, that I feel I answered, was sort of a housekeeping question, as opposed to a structural, in other words, taking,